Есіңіздеме, біз қазір сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істерді пайдаланамыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлылығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында.
Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз.
Тоқтаңыз. Сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдаланып,
сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізден бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest, and lead with ITS.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Дорогие участники, при нехватке мест в зале просим пройти в зал Аль-Фараби. Там ведется трансляция.
Dear participants, if there are
Егер осы залда орын жетпеген жағдайда, сіздерді Аль-Фараби залында өтіп жатқан тікелей трансляцияға шақырамыз. Dear participants, if there are not enough seats in this hall, you are kindly invited to the Al-Farabi hall, where the live broadcast is taking place. Дорогие участники, при нехватке мест в зале просим пройти в зал Аль-Фараби. Там ведется прямая трансляция. Құрметті қатысушылар, егер осы залда орын жетпеген жағдайда сіздерді Аль-Фараби залында өтіп жатқан тікелей трансляцияға шақырамыз. Dear participants, if there are not enough seats in this hall, you are kindly invited to the Al-Farabi Hall, where the live broadcast is taking place.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар. Астана қаржы күндеріне қош келдіңіздер.
Good morning, dear guests. Welcome to our event.
Finance Days and our first panel discussion, it's actually a plenary discussion on infrastructure investment to emerging markets. Before we start, of course, I would like to extend our appreciation to our esteemed partners, Freedom Broker, Kaz Minerals, and ITS for their continued support and valuable contribution to the development of this forum. Without their support, we couldn't have made this. You all know that the infrastructure has been always important and actually been the backbone of economic development for any country and any region. And a lot of the emerging markets, emerging countries strive to attract long-term capital to build the infrastructure so that they can join the global trade, global economy. And the Kazakhstan, the case in focus, is not an exception. Our government is very focused on developing the infrastructure in energy, in connectivity, trade connectivity, in digital connectivity. And we all know about the struggles or difficulties in attracting capital into infrastructure. These projects are very long-term. They are not always bankable. You have to take in mind the social impact of these projects and many, many other issues. Nevertheless, we in Kazakhstan believe that this is not just a challenge, but also a great opportunity. For example, in terms of a transport connectivity, great opportunity to once again revive the Great Silk Road and be the transition hub between East and West, connecting hub between East and West. So today, this morning, for our panel session, we have distinguished guests, experts in the industry who will share their thoughts on the topic. Without further ado, let me introduce them. Mr. Kanat Bozumbayev, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Nurlan Jakupov, CEO, National Wealth Fund, Samruk-Kazyna. Mr. Hussein Ozhan, Managing Director for Central Asia and Mongolia, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Mr. Jad Elaun, Managing Partner and Regional Head for Middle East, Brookfield Asset Management. And Mr. Nicholas Gilauri, Managing Partner of Reformatics, 8th Prime Minister of Georgia. Of course, first of all, we would like to hear from the Deputy Prime Minister, from Mr. Bozumbayev, the country's vision, strategy for infrastructure development. Please, Mr. Bozumbayev, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to welcome you to today's plenary session dedicated to infrastructure investment in emerging markets. It is widely recognized that well-developed infrastructure serves as a cornerstone of economic growth. Situated at the heart of Eurasia, Kazakhstan has designated infrastructure development as a central pillar of our national policy. We are actively constructing modern transport corridors, enhancing transit capacity, and attracting private investment in the energy and digital sectors. To lay the foundation for the comprehensive infrastructure framework, the government approved the National Infrastructure Plan until 2029 in July last year. The plan aims to develop essential life support systems, meet the needs of population for the foster sustainable economic growth. Among these initiatives, the Trans-Caspian International Transport Route stands out as a strategic alternative to traditional transit corridors. Over the past 5 years, this route has seen freight volumes increase sixfold, from 800,000 tons in 2020 to 4.5 million tons last year, with plans to reach 10 million tons annually. These figures reflect growing confidence in the corridor and its raising competitiveness. Kazakhstan infrastructure agenda extends well beyond the transport sector. In December of last year, the government launched the national project of the modernization of the energy and utilities sector, aimed at upgraded core systems and ensuring reliable energy supply. A key performance indicator in the reduction of infrastructure were to 40%. To modernize 86,000 kilometers of engineering grids, approximately 6.8 trillion tenge in investment is planned, significantly reducing system failures. At the same time, Kazakhstan is implementing a plan to introduce at least 26 gigawatt of new generation capacity by 2035 through the expansion of renewable energy sources, flexible gas generation, hydropower, and low-carbon-based capacity. Major renewable energy projects developed in partnership with big corporations like Total Iran, Masdar, China Power International Holdings are expected to be completed by 2029. These initiatives not only bolster regional economic capacity, but also foster job creation and enhance quality of life of our citizens. Large-scale infrastructure projects are instrumental in consolidating Kazakhstan's regional leadership. To further facilitate investment, the government has established an investment headquarters, an operator center that resolves bureaucratic obstacles in real time. We are also modernizing the regulatory frameworks of special economic and industrial zones, providing predictable tax and customs incentives and access to sites with ready-made engineering infrastructure. Investor protection has been significantly strengthened. For projects exceeding $60 million, investment agreements ensure legislative stability for up to 25 years. 6 such agreements were signed last year, and 22 more have been concluded this year. The Astana International Financial Center plays a pivotal role in attracting investment. It offers a legal framework based on English common law, a dedicated court, and an international arbitration center, providing access to debt and equity capital markets, including green and transition finance instruments. Currently, the government is advancing the Alatau city project in the Almaty region, covering more than 88,000 hectares. This initiative envisions a comprehensive ecosystem integrated business, green spaces, industrial facilities, and scientific infrastructure. The potential application of the IFC model is being considered to enhance its investment appeal. An agro-processing and logistics hub will also be established, serving as an international export platform for the distribution of organic agricultural products. Also, our plans include the creation of international centers for knowledge, medicine, education, and tourism. This center will become key focal points for attracting business initiatives, highly qualified professionals and creative teams, generating a strong multiplier effect over the city's economy. As a result, a modern infrastructure tailored to the needs of businesses, transparent and stable conditions for the doing businesses, and government support, the Almaty city is set to establish itself as one of the leading investment and innovating hubs in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. Esteemed participants, emerging markets today stand at point of a transformative infrastructure era. Kazakhstan is prepared for offer international partners unique opportunities for collaboration across various sectors of economy. From the government side, you can expect a reliable and predictable partner. I am confident that the dialogue initiative today, within framework of Astana Finance Days, will establish a strong foundation for the long-term cooperation, innovative projects, and sustainable development. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for a comprehensive overview of the government's policy in terms of infrastructure policy and some of the projects you mentioned. And of course, thanks for the warm words about the Astana International Financial Center. Dear audience, now I would like to give the floor to the CEO of Sovereign Wealth Fund, Samruk Kazina, who manages the important portfolio of state-owned assets in the sectors like energy, energy transmission, transportation, and other. Mr. Zhakupov, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the governor of AIFC for having this privilege to speak in front of such an esteemed audience within the framework of Astana Finance Days, such an important forum which has truly become a regional key dialogue platform for discussing not only financial but also macroeconomic issues, not only in the region but on a broader scale. If I may, I would like to briefly introduce National Sovereign Wealth Fund, Samruk Kazina. At the moment, as of the end of the last year, the assets under management of Samruk Kazina amount to more than $82 billion. And our aim is to reach $100 billion asset value under our management within the near future. We are confident that we will reach this aim within foreseeable future. We have been rated by Global Institute on Sovereign Wealth Funds, top 22nd sovereign wealth fund in the world by the value of assets which are under our management. We enjoy investment grade ratings from global investment agencies in line with the sovereign. As you may have heard, recently the sovereign credit rating was upgraded to a positive outlook. So was ours. We truly believe in best corporate governance principles and are imposing those principles within Samruk Kazina group of companies, which are based on the UK Corporate Governance Code. Our main goal is to increase the value of the assets under our management. We are fully commercially driven organization. Our portfolio companies operate in such important industries such as oil and gas, metals and mining, telcos, IT, transport and logistics, and others. 7 of our portfolio companies are publicly traded and publicly listed companies. The combined market capitalization of those companies amounts to more than $39 billion, a 74% increase since their respective IPOs. What does it mean? It means that there is a true positive investment climate here in Kazakhstan on one hand, and on the other hand, it means that Samruk Kazina portfolio companies management are doing their best to ensure the growth of the value of the assets under their management. It's a testimony of the high quality management within the sovereign sector here in Kazakhstan. At the moment, we are focused on more than 130 investment projects for a total value exceeding $100 billion. Those projects are predominantly local critical infrastructure projects. This will drive further our valuations and our effectiveness. We possess ourselves as one of the key drivers for fostering foreign direct investments inflow into the country. We view ourselves as a foreign direct investment catalysts. Over the past 6 years, our group has successfully secured more than $27 billion in foreign investments. Because this is mainly because of the employment of a co-investment mechanism. Basically, our modus operandi is that we create a JV with a strategic partner where we take 25–30% stake, and strategic partner has 70+ stake. It runs all the operations on one hand. On the other hand, we participate with our equity, therefore we share the equity risks, and we provide the full support here on the ground. We solve whatever problems there might arise during the realization of the projects here on the ground. We enjoy full support of our government. Our Prime Minister is chairman of the board of Samruk Kazyna, and we're in constant dialogue with him. We speak to each other on a weekly basis. Basically, this mechanism has proven to be a successful one, and the testimony to that is that we have co-investment partners from such countries as the United States, China, France, Italy, Germany, Azerbaijan, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, and many others. Aligned with Kazakhstan's national vision to reduce carbon emissions by 15% by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, we implement green energy projects in partnerships with global leaders, as was mentioned by His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, such as Total Energies, Masdar, China Power International Holdings, Energy China, and others. Renewable, sustainable energy with the capacity of 5 gigawatts of $6 billion. This is our pipeline in this direction. The commissioning target is 2028. As you might have heard, we are very much focused on, as I said, we are very much focused on JVs with strategic partners. And as you might have heard, we have, on the 2nd of September, we have launched a plant which produces the equipment for windmills. We have localized it, and it has been implemented here in Kazakhstan, in Zhambyl region, in the town of Shu, together with our partner leading global renewables energy equipment company called Sunny Renewables Energy. We have launched a technical inauguration of this complex, and it will be fully up and running and fully operational by the 1st of January. So today, as of today, all the windmill projects in Kazakhstan will be equipped with locally produced equipment, state-of-the-art, most modern equipment at the best possible prices. In the oil and gas sector, we are focused on a big number of projects. The landmark projects are polyethylene. It's a $10 billion project which we execute together with our foreign partners. We are also focused on the expansion of Shymkent oil refinery together with the CNPC. Our plan is to double its capacity by 2029, by 2030 at the latest. This year, we have doubled the capacity. We have increased the capacity of our Kaspi Bitum projects by 1.5 times. This will strengthen our construction industry in terms of road building, and we are now more self-sufficient and more resilient than before. In partnership with Qatar Power International Holding, we are advancing strategic projects in the gas sphere. We are building 2 gas pipelines, the second line for Binyao-Bozoy-Shymkent and the gas pipeline from Aktobe to Kustanay. And on the other hand, we are building 2 gas processing plants, one for capacity of 1 BCMA and the other one for the capacity of 2.5 BCMA. All those projects will aim to increase the valuation of our portfolio companies on the one hand, and on the other hand, they will make Kazakh economy more resilient to external shocks and more vibrant. In the field of transport and logistics, we have a number of large-scale projects. We have invested in dry ports in Xi'an in China. We own a seaport in Lianyungan. We have upgraded a port of Kurik, Port Aktau, and many others. We've recently launched a dry logistics hub in Almaty called Jetusu Logistics Hub. This year we will complete Dostik-Mayenty railway, which will enable us to increase our transit capacity by 2 times in comparison with 2024. So in 2026, our transit capacity will be 55 million tons of cargo. As mentioned earlier by His Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, in telco and digital infrastructure, we are implementing 5G technology and building Trans-Caspian cable route, which will again make our economy more resilient to external shocks. So basically, Samruk Kazyna's development is based on partnership between the state and global investors, national priorities and international expertise, current responsibilities and future opportunities. By aligning Kazakhstan's strategic objectives with international best practices, we aim to foster sustainable growth and long-term value creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhakupov. I think the partnership model, co-investment model, Samruk Kazina shows that we as a country, not just proposing projects, developing projects, but we are ready to put our own tenge behind those projects and share the risk with international investors. And you've heard there are a lot of the projects being implemented, so we believe that the more projects will be offered and investors interested can come in and partner with Samruk Kazina. Now I would like to invite to the floor representative of the institution that is one of the largest foreign investors into Kazakhstan's economy with a portfolio of investment over $10 billion US. Our friend, Mr. Hussein Ozhan, managing partner for Central Asia and Mongolia for EBRD. Please, Hussein, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Renat. Thank you very much. And congratulations on the Astana Finance Days. It is an important platform, as mentioned by Nurlan as well. Your Excellencies, Excellency Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a privilege for me to be here today to discuss the evolving role of the MDBs, multilateral development banks, or international finance institutions, in unlocking infrastructure finance, particularly in the regions of strategic importance like Central Asia, like Kazakhstan. At the EBRD, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we believe infrastructure is not a mere concrete or steel. It is the connective tissue of economies. It's the enabler of trade and increasingly the platform for climate resilience and digital transformation. In my short remarks, I will highlight how the IFIs, like EBRD, are driving transformation through risk allocation frameworks, ESG-driven product design, and also equally, if not more importantly, the mobilization of private capital. I will also talk a little bit about potential opportunities that we are looking into, particularly in Kazakhstan. Let me set the scene by talking what it takes to mobilize private capital in an emerging market like Kazakhstan. MDBs or IFIs cannot and should not finance infrastructure alone. And this was also indicated by putting the own tenge as Nurlan, and it was indicated by Renat as well as the big important infrastructure program that was introduced by Deputy Prime Minister as well. So our mission is to unlock private sector or private capital by creating investable ecosystems as well. And an old adagio in infrastructure business, it says, risks should be borne by the parties that is best capable of basically managing those risks. So using this principle, as EBRD, we continued our policy engagement with the policymakers, with the government of Kazakhstan, particularly in the areas of project finance and PPPs as well. There are two important projects that was done. One of them is in the infrastructure sector, in the transport infrastructure. That's the big Almaty Ring Road. And the other one was financed last year, is the Kokshetau social infrastructure, Kokshetau hospital PPP project. So let me talk a little bit about the Bakat, which is the Almaty Ring Road project, PPP. This is Kazakhstan's first large-scale PPP project in transport, which was made possible through improved concession framework, PPP law, and the mechanisms that we try to support and work with the government. And the project attracted a reputable investor, international investors, while we mobilized, EBRD mobilized a financial package of close to 600 million, and 2/3 are coming from the lenders and parallel loans from commercial banks and MDBs as well. And the project was successfully delivered in 2023, 15 months ahead of schedule and on budget. This was also quite important. Energy transition is another important one, particularly in the renewable space. In addition to the big 5 gigawatt that Nurlan was indicating just now, there is the auction method, through the auction method, a number of projects that came through as well. And this was done through attracting and creating a state-of-the-art legislation that was put in place, which now renewable energy represents about 6% of the energy produced in Kazakhstan, with a much more impressive goals of up to 15% soon. And this was 10 years ago. These achievements underscore how targeted policy reform combined with strategic investment can unlock private sector coming in and investing in the country, and that accelerates the transition to a greener and more connected future. We see opportunities to build on lessons learned from the opening up of the pools of capital, more PPP projects, targeted infrastructure gaps in the energy, urban transport, healthcare, education, and other sectors as well. Crucially, embedding also the ESG, environmental, social, and governance from the outset, the projects benefit stronger shareholder and stakeholder management, better access to concessional financing, green finance, and smoother implementation as well. Kazakhstan's success in renewable energy auctions and the larger projects, and its leadership in sustainable finance across Central Asia, shows that ESG isn't a constraint, but it is actually a competitive advantage. So let me now talk a little bit about where we see the opportunities. Energy transition. Obviously, Kazakhstan remains amongst the most energy-intensive economies in the world, with energy intensity more than twice as the EU average. And this gap continues to represent enormous opportunity for renewable energy developers, commercial lenders, institution investors alike also. Deploying large-scale solar and wind farms paired with battery storage and modern transmission and distribution networks, and piloting the green hydrogen hubs are the big opportunities on the energy side. And regional integration is another one. Realizing the economic potential of the 5 countries in the region, home to 88 million people, hinges on deeper integration and smart specialization to avoiding excess manufacturing capacities and capitalizing on the sizes of the collective market. So no single Trans-Caspian route will suffice. Therefore, need to have alternatives. And Trans-Caspian Transit Corridor, or the Middle Corridor, or Trans-Caspian International Transit Route, which was both mentioned before me as well, is important. And the EBRD plans to invest a minimum of 2 billion euros in the regional and transit infrastructure which includes the Trans-Caspian route, over the next few years. And we are targeting to mobilize multiples of that from the commercial lenders and other commercial investors, private investors as well. We look forward to also collaborating very closely with AIFC to attract more funding in the form of green and sustainable bonds as well. So let me conclude with this. Viewed from a global perspective, Central Asia is currently enjoying one of the best periods in the recent history. If you need evidence, look no further than the caliber of participants at the Astana Finance Days. Central Asia is relevant for the world, not only for the oil and gas, but also for its human potential, human capital potential, and for its ability to connect, innovate, and create value. Thank you very much.
Wow, great. Thank you, Hossein. Thank you for your institution, for being here for so many years and investing into the economy of Kazakhstan. I have in the beginning said about the difficulty of attracting capital in infrastructure projects given the long-term nature and long payback period for this project. So we have to be as a country creative in attracting different capital with different appetite for risk into these projects. And you have already heard from Samruk Kazina, so our own funds, that our public capital that we're ready to put into these infrastructure projects. We heard from the representative of MDBs how international financial institutions like EBRD, like Asia Development Bank, like AIB, and many Eurasian Development Bank and other institutions contribute to the investment. But I think that we are yet, this region, missing one type of capital that we as a AFC would like to facilitate coming into the region is a private equity that is focused on infrastructure. So it's my pleasure to introduce Jad Eloun, the managing partner and head of Middle East for Brookfield Asset Management, one of the largest private equity asset managers focused on infrastructure globally. Jad, I would congratulate you with your debut on scene of Astana and Astana Finance Days. Would like to hear from your view as a global asset manager on infrastructure projects, and of course, if you can a little bit elaborate what brings you to Kazakhstan and to this region, that would be really interesting for the audience. Thanks.
Absolutely, and look, thank you for having me here, and congratulations to yourself and to His Excellency the Deputy Prime Minister and everything that you're achieving both here within the AIFC, but also within the country. So my name is Jad Eloun. I look after Brookfield in a number of regions, the biggest one being the Middle East for us. And for those of you who might not be familiar with Brookfield, we're a $1 trillion alternative asset manager, and alternatives being real estate, infrastructure, renewable and energy transition, private equity, and credit. And across the spectrum, we always evaluate regions at the cusp of when we think is the right time to start investing. And a very big example of that is the Middle East, where we started our business just 7 years ago, but today have invested over $15 billion, making us the largest foreign investor in the GCC today with a number of partners. Now, I've heard a number of times, throughout my stay here, and this is only one of a few times that I've been here. We started coming quite a while ago, and some of my colleagues have been coming for years. There's this perceived notion of difficulty of attracting capital, and so I thought maybe I could demystify that a little bit for everyone, as at least how Brookfield looks at investments in new geographies. And so the first thing I would say is there are 3 main criteria that we look for when we look at entering a new country or geography. And just to put this into perspective, we have over 35 offices globally already. And as you can imagine, for someone of our scale, all of those offices have investment professionals. We do not have an office which just focuses on capital raising. And so the 3 criteria that we very much focus on is number 1, rule of law, number 2, respect for capital, and number 3, the ability to scale. Those are probably the 3 most general parameters that we start off by looking at, and what I would say is as we've visited Central Asia more and more, and particularly Kazakhstan, we're seeing all of those three tick the boxes. Now, when we say rule of law, we add to it respect for capital, because sometimes rule of law doesn't mean necessarily how strong is the legal framework. Sometimes you can be in places where the legal framework might be a little bit vague, but at the same time, you're in partnership with people or with governments where you feel that there is a respect for capital, meaning that you have an ability to solve very big problems with your partners outside of the legal framework. And if I were to tell you, quite frankly, at least as I run my business, we have yet to really go, I would say, head-to-head with anyone in a legal court. Having said that, the fact that the AIFC is now, or from the beginning, instituted a jurisdiction which is more familiar to those with common law is a very strong start to attracting foreign investment. And then as I think about respect for capital, I think it goes without saying, Samra Kazina is probably one of the best examples of this in the country, in the region, but also in the world, in terms of how the standards to which they are running their institution. And that reflects very, very well upon the country. And also we've seen that in our various dialogues with members of the administration here, where you feel that the country is open to receiving and really willing, as we just heard, to be partners with investors such as ourselves. And so that gives us a degree of comfort which I don't think many places in the world can provide. And then third, as I think of the ability to scale, I think it goes without saying, I mean, this is one of the largest countries globally geographically, which has a border with one of the largest populations globally. I think it goes without saying that this country is primed for an ability to scale. Now, those are three criteria in general that we look to institute. Now, what it all comes down to, at the end of the day, is the return that an investor can make investing somewhere on a risk-adjusted basis. And it will be no surprise to many of you that that will differ depending on where you are investing, the risks that are associated, but also, as I was discussing with Hussein just previous to this, the perceived risk of investing in certain areas. And what I would say from the beginning is, if you look at an investor such as Brookfield, and we are, I would say, very different to a lot of our colleagues in the private equity space, the reason being that of the $1 trillion that we manage, half of that is actually our own. It's Brookfield Corporation capital, which means that we're our own largest investor. But the other $500 billion is coming from investors around the world. And the first thing you'll see managers globally say is, we effectively act as agents for that capital. And so one of the ways to demystify this a lot of the times in growing economies, I don't tend to use emerging markets as a terminology, I like to call them growing economies or growth economies, is just to find that pocket of capital that is looking for that exposure. And Brookfield's funds invest on a global basis, but we started to recognize the ability to generate outsized returns in growth markets. And so in one of our largest global funds, which is our Brookfield Global Transition Fund, which is the largest of its kind, focused on renewables and on the energy transition story. Our first series was $15 billion. The second series today that is being raised is $22 billion. But what we did was we're in the process of raising another $7 billion, which is called the Catalytic Transition Fund. Now, the Catalytic Transition Fund is exactly what it is meant to do, which is that there is certain investors in that fund who act at a capped return as a catalyst for the rest of the investors. So 1 billion out of that 7 billion actually caps out at a 6% return and shares all the rest of the upside with the rest of the investors. When you start to provide investors that type of off-the-bat additional return, that can be very helpful for growth economies. And so we expect that that fund will be very active in not just Kazakhstan, Central Asia, but then also a lot of the other economies, which maybe today investors in the more, I would say, developed market fund are looking for. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Judd. I think that was a very interesting overview, and quite an innovative approach, I think, was the last fund you mentioned with the capped return, and that's not what you really expect from a private equity fund, right? But fascinating, and I hope that your geography of your fund will include the Central Asia and, of course, Kazakhstan. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Gilauri, Nicholas Gilauri. He is the former Prime Minister and Minister of Energy of Georgia, so had a hand-on experience on developing policy for infrastructure, but also executing it. Today he is a reformist advising more than 20 governments on the issues of attracting capital and growing economy. So Mr. Gilauri would be happy to hear from your experience, if you can share it, and your view on what reforms are needed for the countries, developing countries or growth countries, as Jad mentioned, to facilitate capital. Please.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to be here, and thank you very much to the management of IFC for giving me this opportunity. Actually, this forum is becoming one of the main forums, annual forums regionally, and congratulations with this. About infrastructure and about region, I would like to first stop at the regional view. If you look at Trans-Caspian corridor, which was actually mentioned by Mr. Bozumbayev, which is developing very fastly, and we are seeing quite interesting kind of developments in this region in terms of Trans-Caspian development and middle corridor. If you look at the region itself of the Trans-Caspian, Central Asia and Caucasus, it's not a small part of the world. If you look at it as a united economic region, it's 7th in the world by territory. Of course, Kazakhstan being #1 by far, which is on its own in 9th in the world. By population, it's 100 million people. By agricultural land, it's 4th in the world. By critical minerals, it's amongst the top 5 in the world. By energy, oil and gas, it's also amongst the top 10 in the world, top 7 in the world. So it is a quite interesting, amazing investment opportunity for you. And not only for you, but also for other investors around the world. How do you maximize the value of this wealth? So it's a super wealthy region. How do you maximize the value of the wealth? You maximize the value of the wealth by diversifying investor base. As many investors you have, as many potential money flow you have, as many potential new technologies you can attract, that's how you diversify the value of this wealth. If you depend only on one corridor, if you depend only on one investor, if you depend only on one direction, that's where the value maximization doesn't happen. So that's why I believe that developing all logistical directions towards east, north, south, as well as to the west is only beneficial for the region. It's a maximum benefit that these countries can take from its wealth only through diversification. I want to focus a little bit on the middle corridor because as an ex-Prime Minister of Georgia, I was very much involved in the negotiations of the middle corridor. It has much bigger potential than it's doing now. Its growth is amazing, really. It's doubling, but it has a much bigger potential to play a key role. Why? Because right now, it has a split amongst different countries, different companies, Trans-Caspian, Kazakh Railway, ports, and so on and so on. What is the way forward? I believe the way forward is to have one tariff and the initial split of the tariffs amongst all key players of the corridor. And one operator. If the corridor has a one operator, then the corridor becomes attractive, then the corridor becomes competitive. This is when we will be able to see much more companies from the West, from Europe and United States and others investing in in the region and bringing new technologies. Second, also very important advice that I would like to have given to myself when I was Prime Minister back then is to create some kind of common infrastructure fund for the region. Because there are very specific infrastructure projects that are very specific for the region, for the Trans-Caspian, and countries themselves co-investing with institutions like EBRD and private sector should be beneficial for the middle corridor. So kind of creating middle corridor infrastructure fund dedicated to this corridor only. This includes rolling stock, which is such a shortage in our corridor. This includes port rehabilitations on the Caspian or new shipments across the Caspian. So there are many projects which can be developed very successfully that can open up the middle corridor going forward. But for that, I believe that dedicated infrastructure fund where all participant countries are participating, all regional countries are participating, plus where we have additional financing come from private sector as well as international finance institutions can be super beneficial for the corridor going forward. Now, another topic that I would like to focus on is what should be the way for the country to attract private investment in infrastructure, which is the most difficult. Infrastructure is a long-term, difficult project. Countries invest in them, governments invest in them, international financial institutions invest in them. Based on our experience as a company, as Reformatics, we have been advising actually way more than 20 countries. One of the best ways to attract private capital in infrastructure is PPP, which I don't like this anymore, by the way. It's kind of outdated term, and in many developing countries it's been misused for different reasons. So let's call it strategic partnership model, okay? Strategic partnership model, which I believe we did it actually in Georgia a couple of times, and I believe this can be the best way to go forward. So what we did, especially for large energy projects, is that government creates a company, and government makes sure that this company gets all the licenses, permits, land, connections that it needs to build new infrastructure. It invests only for the first few months. It creates value out of zero, and then goes to private sector to attract private capital. And saying that government is ready to sell minimum 51% of the project, but it will be on a tender base. Whoever will invest more will get the project based on everything. And in the end, government has also an alternative, that the private sector will buy the government out after 5 years once all the risks of the construction is gone. And with this formula of buying out, the government has extra money to invest in new projects. So I call it kind of revolving infrastructure fund for the government, where government starts from zero, new infrastructure projects. Government develops these projects for the first 6-9 months. This is the period which are most hated by private sector. This is the period which are, for private sector, the most difficult. Get all the licenses, get all the permits, get land, get over all the bureaucracy. And this is the easiest for government. So the idea is to split where government is much more easy for government to do, let government do it. Whatever is much better and more efficient for private sector to do, and it's construction. Let private sector to do that. So by diversifying and by splitting the job into two, we have the formula where I believe, and it was done in many countries already, I believe that this can be one of the best formulas going forward to attract private capital into strategic projects, strategic infrastructure projects in our region, in any developing country section. And finally, just my final remark is about infrastructure fund in general. The biggest and best potential investors for infrastructure funds, infrastructure projects are pension funds. This is a logical kind of connection. Pension funds have a long money, infrastructure has a long payout with a relatively low risks. And this is where I believe developing countries should be looking at. How do we create system where we bring long and relatively cheap money, pension funds money from Western countries to the region? This is something that I would like to kind of brainstorm with my colleagues going forward, and that would be one of the biggest achievements, because we are talking about $60 trillion of pension funds which haven't been utilized by this region yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilawuri. I think Jad can share or discuss with you the attraction of pension funds into infrastructure projects. As far as I know, the largest group of investors into Brookfield funds are the Canadian pension funds, right? So you can maybe talk about the appetite for risk of those Canadian pension funds, how they see the investment infrastructure, and if you can a little bit elaborate on the idea of creating a dedicated cross-country fund for middle corridor. I think that should be also managed by professional asset managers. So do you think if that fund, for example, is created, how much capital you would be able to attract outside of this country's participants of middle corridor?
So you're asking me for a crystal ball here, but the first thing I would say is the idea of shifting risk parameters between government and investors is 100% correct. There's no question about it. Investors have fear of the unknown. And everything that you've laid out, sir, is absolutely what investors would at first look at and say, I don't know that I can do that in this specific country. And I think that goes back to rule of law, respect for capital, and everything that we were talking about earlier. The thing about pension funds, and I say this as well knowing that Brookfield itself has its own insurance businesses that invest into our own funds. So not just do Canadian pension funds invest with us, we invest with ourselves using our insurance capital. The treatment of that capital and the amount of risk it takes and the determination of what that risk is very important for regulatory reasons, where those pensions are regulated. So pension funds, as you can imagine, cannot be investing all the time in venture capital. They just can't. Because number one, it would be irresponsible for everyone's pension to be thrown into high risk, high return type transactions. But also, the regulators within their country would not allow them to do that. So the best way to actually do that is to only give them yield, and almost a yield which has been highly de-risked. You can only do that, like my colleague just said, by taking out all of that initial risk. Now, your point about having a manager administrate that is very important as well, and I'll tell you why. We're in the process of raising a private equity fund dedicated for the Middle East at Brookfield. It's off the back of everything that we've done, and actually LPs, global investors, came to us and said, well, you know what, you've invested $15 billion in this region. It seems like you know what you're doing, you have a decent track record. We've been wanting to enter, how can we enter? Can we do it with you? So the actual product, if you want to think of it that way, which was the private equity fund for the Middle East, came from global demand of people wanting to invest there, right? Now, when I say global demand, the reality is it's mainly investors in the Middle East and in Asia. And if you ask me, if you wanted to do something of the sort, where would you find the best capital to follow that? I would go back to saying it's the Middle East and Asia. And it's because those two regions are the most familiar with Central Asia. They're the ones that have a natural link historically and currently. Now, let's put this into perspective. The Middle East and Asia are two of the largest capital providers globally to begin with, outside of the Western pension market that you were alluding to before. The sovereign wealth alone in our countries is pretty significant. So as to the size and the scale, I can't answer that, but what I would say is I can imagine it would be exceptionally successful.
Thanks. I think that was a very good remark about where the capital now comes from Middle East and Asia. And I think Mr. Zakupov can share his view, given that he's executing a number of projects with the investors from the Gulf region and from just recently arrived from China, and maybe you share the appetite for risk and interest in Central Asia of these investors, and whether it's better model for them to be like a co-investor with you, kind of partially operational investor, or the fund structure that I'm not saying they're mutually exclusive, I'm just saying like what is your perception of this appetite from these regions, who they want to partner with?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would agree with the previous speaker from Brookfield, and I would say yes. These are for us, Middle East and Asia. The mentality is very well understood. I think we share the same values. We think in the same way. On one hand, on the other hand, the risk appetite for Kazakhstan and for Samruk Kazina project is quite tolerable, and I think they are our natural partners from capital perspective and from partnership perspective. Regarding, it's in their culture and it's in their DNA, in my opinion, they like to partner with quasi-sovereign, I mean state-owned companies. They like state-owned companies to be a part of their JV holding a minority stake. And this modus operandi has been proven successful. As mentioned earlier in my speech, we have a number of JVs which successfully operate here in Kazakhstan together with our Chinese, Asian, and Middle Eastern partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakopov. Any final remarks from the participants of the panel on the topic? If not, I believe this concludes our plenary session. I think it was an interesting discussion on attracting investment into infrastructure in emerging or growth markets, so-called. We have a next panel session here in 10 minutes, but now I would like to really thank our distinguished panel for their time, for their thoughts, and for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Уважаемые участники, наша панельная сессия начинается. Просим Our panel session is about to begin. We kindly ask you to take your seats. Құрметті қатысушылар, панельдік сессиямыз қазір басталады. Барлықтарыңызды өз орындарыңызға отыруға шақырамыз.
Well, good day again, colleagues. Let us continue with the program of Astana Finance Days, and I welcome you to our next session, which is the Kazakhstan and Gulf countries economic cooperation. Some people may know that AFC acts as a focal point for the investors from the Gulf countries into our country, and these partnerships that were built with the different companies from the region, from many different countries in the region, have been so far fruitful. I think that the potential of this cooperation is much higher. Many of these projects, of course, structured through Astana International Financial Center. If we speak about the numbers, we have now 64 companies with the capital from the GCC countries registered with Astana International Financial Center. The number of investments will grow as these projects go into the execution stage. So to discuss more in detail the potential of the cooperation between Kazakhstan and the countries of the Gulf, we have a distinguished panel of speakers. So first of all, let me introduce the panel. First, His Excellency Nurlan Saurambayev, Minister of Transportation of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mr. Omar Bahram, CEO of Uz Oman Investment Company and Chairman of the Solid Core Resources. Welcome. Mr. Abdullah Zayed, Director of Business and Project Development at Masdar and CEO of MW Energy. And Mr. Amer Mahasan, Managing Director of Power International Holding in Kazakhstan. First, of course, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Minister Saurambayev. he manages very important, makes a policy for the very important area that we have extensively discussed during the first plenary session about the transit potential of the country. He's also, as you may know, all former CEO of the Kazakhstan Railroads, Kazakhstan Temir, and have been himself implementing some of these projects and cooperation with the companies from United Arab Emirates with Abu Dhabi ports. He has created the JVs for railroads. So, Mr. Saurambayev, please could you share your or the government's policy in terms of developing the transportation system and transportation in Kazakhstan, and maybe share your experience of working with the GCC countries. Please.
Thank you very much, Rinat, for giving the floor. Kazakhstan, being in the center of Eurasia, has great transit potential, and transit is a very big competitive advantage. And the legacy we have, we should be implementing and using it wisely. And the first area, it is about route towards China, and the key transit flows are already developed now. As you probably know, today we have 2 railroad bypass, Dostoy-Kontol, and today about 65 to 80 million ton cargo is our put-through capacity. Bakhty-Ayagos is coming up soon, and East Europe, this route will be overall implemented with the volumes coming towards Kazakhstan are quite significant. The transit is second oil now. And the second route is north-south. Basically, in the central part, the countries are quite big with good export potential. Overall export potential of the countries located in the middle of the continent is about 200 to 150 million tons of the export potential. Those are the volumes which are consumed by African countries, Gulf countries, India, Pakistan, and there are also some goods which are, even with today's still not developed tariffs, can still have quite a good margin and markups. As previously, in my capacity being the CEO of the railroad company, we looked at the groups of goods of with a volume of more than 50 million tons. Even with today's prices, they can be going through the north-south route. The key volumes, so conditionally speaking, the sector to implement them, those are the countries of the Gulf. We are trying to build this bridge now, and our assumption is that about 50 to 60 million of the export goods can be the cargo without any alternative globally, as for a special vegetable oil, for fertilizers. This is something which can be in a high demand in Gulf countries. The concentration where we see key investment with China, it's already quite evolved. The government has invested 35 billion USD and about 50 billion USD for the east west route development. Today, one of the priorities for our ministry is to focus on north-south road. Of course, it's quite a challenging road. There are a lot of legal aspects, and even if we comply with all the legal specificity for the food items, for the forestry, those are the products we can trade. Today, the major railroad route was via Iran, and today we are working with Afghan route, and it's very difficult to be the pioneer to build the corridor. We were using auto vehicles to go through the Afghan route. So basically now we are trying to build this route for the cargo coming from the center of Eurasia to the Gulf countries. And of course, for the Gulf, it's a big hub, and we can use it to go to India and African countries. This is one of the major routes we are currently working on. Thank you very much.
Invite Mr. Omar, the CEO of Uz Oman Investment Company, and as I said, chairman of the Solidcore Resources. Many of you may know that the redomiciliation of Polymetal and then rebranding into Solidcore was a landmark transaction for Astana International Financial Center, and the decision for Omani Sovereign Wealth Fund to invest a big stake in Solidcore shows I guess the vision that the Oman has to invest into the region. So I would like, Omar, ask you, if I may, to tell us a little bit about Uz Oman Investment Company. That's something I personally not very familiar. I'm sure that the people in the room are not. And then tell us about maybe your strategy in investing into the region, sectors maybe you look, and etc. I think that would be really helpful for the audience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I think, so to start with Uz Oman, before Uz Oman, we had a long-term strategy in Central Asia as a whole. People won't know that Oman was one of the first countries to invest in Kazakhstan, actually, from the 90s. And we continue to invest in Kazakhstan. Solidcore is just one of the famous investments that we have to date, and successfully redomiciled into AIFC. As for Uz Oman started in 2010 as a strategic joint venture with the government of Uzbekistan. And it started off with 100 million capital, and now grew to over 400 million by this year, by 2025, and continues to grow to date. It's sector agnostic, so we don't look at specific sectors, being that Uzbekistan is a frontier market, and you have to be very opportunistic in these markets to capture the right assets and the right value chain. And then, so we moved into Solidcore recently in the last couple of years, but we don't stop there. From Solidcore came this idea of a bigger Central Asia fund. We have a lot of experience in the region, being first Gulf investors in this region. And we thought that establishing a new fund by pooling in other sovereign investors to come with us and go on this journey and tap into the real growth in these markets. And today we're attracting capital from across the globe, including from our Gulf peers, under our management with our expertise. Looking at the sectors that we're looking at to date, obviously the biggest sector would be transport and logistics, given Kazakhstan is a natural land bridge between East and West, and could be the gateway for the North-South corridor as well. Secondly, we look at food and agriculture, given the rising incomes and growing populations. Thirdly, we look at consumer retail, and you have totally a young population in this region. So you tap into the right sectors that have scale and growth. Lastly, the sectors that can achieve certain leapfrogging is the fintech and technology. You have a young population on average between Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and in the region in general. So put these sectors together, you have room to scale and room to achieve certain targets and bring value to your investors and sustainable growth to the region itself. So in summary, what we do as Oman is sustainable investment, growth, and of course, provide value to the economies that we invest in through strategic partnerships.
Thank you. If I may, I'll add one additional question I'll ask is, how do you source deals from the region? I mean, a lot of people would be interested, like who have projects, how to be on your investment radar?
Well, normally it's bilateral sourcing most of the time. And this region depends on networking. You need to know the right people. You need to be engrossed in the
that's why we have AFD
environment. And that's why you have this forum.
Yes.
Exactly. And I encourage everyone to reach out to us, ask us how we're doing. We'll be very happy and accommodative. We have our team as well present here, and we'll be very welcoming.
Thank you. That, I think, was a helpful piece of information. Now I would like to invite to the stage my good friend Abdullah from Masdar. Masdar and the project on the 1 gigawatt wind power plant is one of the flagship projects, I may say, between Kazakhstan and UAE that I myself was quite involved. So could you please tell us about the project itself? How does it fit into the portfolio of Masdar? And what do you think beyond this project, what do you see the potential is in the Kazakhstan and maybe broader region?
Thank you, Renat. And it's always a pleasure to be here in Astana and also with you. And thank you for all the support. That's really much appreciated. So maybe I'll start off talking about a little bit about Masdar, what we do very quickly, and then I'll talk a little bit about what we do in Kazakhstan. As Masdar, we've been established back in 2006 with a mandate to develop renewable energy projects in UAE and globally. And actually the name Masdar, it is an Arabic name with the meaning of the source. And the vision and the mission that we had, that was, we want to be the source of renewable energy, the source of knowledge, the source of development, the source of deployment of renewable energy globally. And that's how we started back in 2006, when not a lot of people were talking about renewables, not a lot of people who did any or develop any frameworks or regulations to support renewables implementation. So we started almost 20 years ago from the UAE. We are backed by 3 main shareholders, one of them being Mubadala Investment Company, which is one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the United Arab Emirates, with an asset base of more than 220 billion US dollars. We've also backed by ADNOC, one of the largest oil and gas companies in the United Arab Emirates and globally also. And then the third shareholder is Taqa, one of the largest utilities in the region, in the Middle East, and they're also active in this region and globally. So with the support of our 3 shareholders that are extremely diverse in nature, investing in multiple sectors and backing us to be in Kazakhstan, also opens doors to multiple companies in UAE to consider Kazakhstan, to consider investment in Kazakhstan, and to look at our success in Kazakhstan as a roadmap and a benchmark for them to grow in Kazakhstan. But that's something we are very proud as Masdar to be one of the first largest investors here in Kazakhstan coming from the UAE, with the support obviously from the government of Kazakhstan, our partners, our clients and stakeholders here in Kazakhstan. Around 1 year ago, we've signed an agreement with the government to develop 1 gigawatt of wind projects in Jambul region here in Kazakhstan. This project consists of 3 main components, and I think we always keep saying wind, and people forget what is actually this project is. So one main component is the wind, yes, and that wind turbines and the wind energy will create electricity, right, to deliver to the consumers. And the rough estimate that this project, the electricity generated from the wind will be delivered to almost 300,000 homes in Kazakhstan and will be supplied them with sufficient electricity. The second component of the project is the BESS and the battery storage component. And the reason why we have that, and as you know, the wind energy is not consistent. You know, sometimes the wind blows, sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't blow, you don't have electricity. So you need to, some way, control the profile of the generation that you have from these kind of projects and manage the technicality technical challenges coming from this profile. So we installed a 600 megawatt hour battery storage that will be able to store the energy from the wind and then dispatch it on the grid to stabilize the generation of electricity. And the third main components of the project is the transmission lines. So for this project, we're building more than 300 kilometers of transmission lines that will support eventually the connectivity and the integration of the national grid within the Jambul region through this project. Right? So it is a massive project that have multiple stakeholders, multiple partners involved in doing it. We're developing this project in partnership with Samrock Energy and KIDF with the support of AIFC, Minister of Energy, Financial Settlement Center, KIGOC, and many other relevant authorities within Kazakhstan. But this is what we're doing in Kazakhstan. This is the meaning of what we're doing in Kazakhstan. And also, this is who we represent to attract more investors in Kazakhstan through this collaboration with the government.
Thank you. Thank you. It's interesting, right? So, thank you. Yes. Just like an observation, if I may share, right? Yeah. So we have Oman investing, as you said, in Kazakhstan, like from 90s, right? But doing it kind of discreetly, not everybody talks about it. Then we have UAE, when there are different companies and from different industries coming in and more doing like a one-on-one G2G projects. And then we have Power International Holding from Qatar, like they came in, everybody knows they're coming in, they came in, right? And Amir, you have established already 7 or 8 companies in the AIFC. As I said, everyone knows that the Qataris investor is coming in. You acquired Power International Holding, acquired the mobile operators. We know that there are large gas projects in your portfolio. So yeah, tell us about your strategy in coming to Kazakhstan. Apart from these 2 sectors, are you looking beyond that for investment opportunities? What's the strategy again? And how was the experience of working in Kazakhstan so far?
Let me take this opportunity first to thank you and your team for this such a platform, engaging platform, engaging all the high-level people, policymakers, businessmen, investors, and all reliable people here in Kazakhstan. You know, Renat, and you are the most important guy who knows. Power International Holding did huge investments in Kazakhstan and focuses mainly on energy sector. Through its subsidiary UCC Holding. So we are implementing large scales of projects in energy. The Southern Pipeline, gas pipeline, Bino-Buzoy, Shymkent, and the Northern one, Kostanay Aktubay, in partnership with the Samrock Kazina and the Kazakgas. Besides for the power plant in Kuzlarda, 1,100 megawatt. It's a combined cycle gas power plant, in addition to gas processing plant, 2.5 BCMA in Kashkand. Yes, in Kashkand region. So energy sector is main focus. Second thing, the telecommunication, as you mentioned, through acquiring Altel, Tele2, Tele2 from Kazakh Telecom. And recently we established PowerMind, our subsidiary, in order to focus on IT and AI with digital solutions. And now, yes, in the upcoming years, back to your question, in the upcoming years we are focusing on the mining sector, because we believe it's a promising and booming industry in Kazakhstan. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, we've heard so few industries that I think that the investors, although I would say foreign investors, but especially from the Gulf, are focused on is transport and logistics, mining. Which is good to hear, is IT and this thing. So we see that the Kazakhstan is growing importance in that area, and that's really the industry of the future, I believe. Yeah. Thank you, Amir, and I would like to hear more, a little bit details further on. Nurlan Ermekovich, если можно, вот.
Mr. Nurlan, if I may, I have a question for you. You personally participated in structuring a number of JVs with Arab investors, with the Gulf country investors. Could you share your experience with us? I'm sure that would be quite interesting. You're cooperating with investors from many different countries. And as we're discussing right now, the main source of the capital is Middle East countries, Asia and China. What are our enablers? Why do we see the interest of the investors? What do we do from our end? And what can we do in order to attract more investors? And maybe some more of your vision and mission. Thank you, Renat. It was a great question. So first of all, talking about the assessment that the Big Four was given, when reaching 100 million tons of transit through Kazakhstan, railway profit will be over 4 trillion tenge. That in itself gives a certain investment benefits for all the companies that work in this system. I mean, in the transport sector, such as logistics and shipping companies, etc. So this is a big focus for us. There are some latest trends that happen at the market. For example, we have top 10 companies. They're all maritime shipment companies. But, you know, whenever pandemic happened, the shipment for Shanghai to Duisburg grew from just 800 to 1,400. So such changes of prices are, of course, extremely important. And all the shipments, all the routes are highly politicized. And so we have 3 or 4 potential bottlenecks along those routes. And so major companies now start to leave the maritime transportation and start the land transportation. COSCO, for example, has big port infrastructure. This is one of the largest group, the Shanghai Group. It has a number of ports, and Luingan now participates in a number of our projects. And so the port infrastructure that works there is then reflected on the land, the so-called dry ports in Kazakhstan. Talking about the companies from the Gulf countries, Tepelon was one of the few first ones to come. And when we created a dry port at Khargos, they were our major consultants and they helped us with this dry port. Right now, we also work with Abu Dhabi Port Company. We have JV with them, and jointly we developed the route north to south. All the Gulf countries have a lot of interest towards us. Yemen, Qatar, as far as investments are concerned, and specifically a north-south route. We are open to cooperation with many. There is a good foundation for this partnership, and we have a good amount of transportation that should be interesting to these companies. So I think it can be quite beneficial. Thank you.
If I can go back to you again, you did some intro on your investment strategy and the history of your investments into the region. We, of course, at Astana International Financial Center, our primary goal is to develop your proper capital market and that the investments keep on flowing to nurture our economy. So if you can share, like, what are the key enablers? You know, we are quite an agile jurisdiction, right? We strict at the same time, but we are agile and can adapt to the requirements of the market. So what do you think is critical for the international investors? We've heard some of the factors in the morning, but especially you and the Oman sovereign funds. What are the key factors? What are the key enablers?
I think I'll answer this question in the context of the Central Asia Fund. So we did a full review on where to domicile our fund. And not surprisingly, AIFC was the choice. Yeah. So I think you've done an excellent step in establishing the set of incentives given to the investors and the jurisdiction and the common law principles that you put in as well. All of these are listed out for anyone to read. I think they're very clear. It's a good step. I think as you progress, a couple of options in terms of liquidity, alternative liquidity options, developing your secondary markets. This could be very important into allowing investors an exit route. Us mid-cap investors always look for exits and recycling of capital the whole time. It's very dynamic. And it's not only Kazakhstan, it's a regional issue as a whole. liquidity seems to sometimes be lacking. So I think you can be on the right track in developing that and moving it into more modern sort of developed phase, basically. And secondly is, having more volumes in terms of the mid-cap, attracting more investors like us, having platforms like us, more platforms that have pooled investments. And maybe tailor some incentives for those platforms that come in, because these platforms are more agile in deploying capital. They're not so restrictive as individual investors. So I would say, in short, more liquidity options and more tailored incentives for pooled investments and platforms like us.
Yeah, if you can be more like for pooled investors, for what we call them collective investment schemes, we have tax incentives here, we have different structures for your funds, right? Umbrella structure, feeder fund structures, and etc. I think that the issue could be with the fundraising. So you don't come here to fundraise, right? You fundraise it at your own at other markets.
Or globally, yeah.
Or globally, exactly. So. So when we say like another incentives is maybe being a little bit specific on that?
It doesn't have to be something written. I think the best thing you've done is be open when we come and talk to you. You know that the best thing you can get from a center like this is that they are open to suggestions and open to any one of us just talking to them and explaining what we need. And you've been very helpful, I think, up to date. And nothing bad can be said about that. I'm just saying in the context of what we've already discussed.
Yeah, sure.
And you were very receptive to it. So it's nothing new. But from our perspective, we'd like to see more of it. Basically more liquidity options, I think. That is the key word. Liquidity, alternative liquidity options like bonds, ETFs, and market making, more market making around. And that will come with volume, basically. Yeah. I think time will tell, and it will come with volume. We did the right step, I think. We're bringing in a fund that's pulling in a lot of other sovereign wealth funds with high capacity to deploy. We're sizing it to a certain level that is acceptable to these markets. And hopefully, we could be an attraction for more funds like us to come in. And that hopefully will create more liquidity in the future. So we're also part of the journey as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is our joint effort, right, in creating liquidity. And I think also in creating liquidity, it's important to bring, as you said, again, a lot of the new investors maybe. So I think the projects, big projects, and especially with the well-renowned companies like Masdar, who have experience of structuring financing for big projects in other jurisdictions, including UAE, is key. So if we talk, when you go into the financing phase of this project, can we expect to see, or should we expect to see the new names of investors coming into this country? Because like, we know the IFIs who already are here, or other investors. Yeah. Any new names we will see from the project?
No, good question, Rinat. And actually, we've already started the financing process. So we've already started engaging with the multiple lenders and the multiple financiers for this project. It's going to be a mix between both, Rinat. So a mix between, I think, DFIs, IFIs that you have seen, such as AIIB, ISDB, and so on. However, we also bring in lenders from Abu Dhabi, from UAE. So we're introducing also, I think, to project finance in IPP in Kazakhstan, Abu Dhabi commercial banks. And we are in active and advanced discussion with them to come to be part of the lending group for our projects in Kazakhstan. We're also bringing in First Abu Dhabi Bank to be part of the lender group for our project. Right? For these two banks have never financed IPP projects in Kazakhstan. We're hoping that this will open the door to them to do more and more in Kazakhstan when it comes to the energy sector. I think they already have some operations to some extent in the country, but never in this sector. Right? And we've done a similar approach in multiple countries all over the world where we attract new lenders groups to these kind of projects.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, right? So the companies like yourself who have been working with your own lenders and investors in other jurisdictions is a great opportunity to bring Kazakhstan and the region to someone's, to their attention, not someone's, I mean their attention, right? And then they can look at the not just risk profile of the region, but you, because you are the main credit party for them, right? And that's great to hear that we'll see the more and more new names. Any actually like collaboration between, like, do you guys jointly look at the same projects? Any
just,
in the region, or like you guys are all independently?
I think we just met and had an interesting conversation with
we did have a conversation. I think.
Yeah, sometimes you have to travel a year to meet your neighbors, right?
So it was definitely a good network, and I think we spoke not just about this region and our experience in this region, but also in Middle East, and if we can do something in Middle East, right? But this, I think, platform connected us not just in Kazakhstan, also globally.
There are some overlapping interests, but I think the key takeaway is it's good to have more than one avenue. You have the large infrastructure investors that actually invest in certain types of infrastructure and developers. You have us, the mid-cap investment, that look for growth capital and support the sustainable growth of the economy. And then you have other large investors investing in different sectors as well. So it's a mix. So you need to have that mix in your jurisdiction.
Yeah, definitely. That's how we look at. We want strategic investors. Everyone, right, talks about the foreign direct investments, which means we have investors coming in and doing more operational work, called the stake and control. But what we at AIFC are focused on is portfolio investors, or those so-called financial investors, who are actually the source of liquidity, right? Those are the ones who don't have this operational attachment to the project. They came in, they look for the returns, they look for the balance between the risk and return. And of course, the Gulf is now the source of capital. That's where the capital is in today's world, and what a lot of the jurisdictions looking for. And we are really grateful that we are on the radar and in important point where all of your countries and all of the sovereign wealth funds from your countries are looking for. So if I may ask for final remarks on your views on this Kazakhstan and GCC cooperation from your perspectives, what are the potentials? And again, if there are any asks from AIFC, or please, any thoughts? Yeah.
From nothing in particular, but what I would say is, when we create, from my perspective, we're creating this new platform, this new private equity platform that we're bringing in. It taps into exactly what you're saying: financial investments, no attachment to operation, looking for return, but also it supports growth, because it injects capital into certain sectors that supports the growth, makes it a champion, basically. And it will be a shame if we don't have Kazakhstan on this platform. So this is like an opportunity for us to drive this forward. From AIFC perspective, I think I would try to think of something to ask.
Sure, later.
after this forum, since you opened it up.
Thank you.
Yep. And I think, from my side, I just want to complete the story of what happens after we raise the financing and bring in the equity and the capital, right? So a lot of the money that we bring into Kazakhstan, whether through debt financing or equity investment, will eventually cascade down to the local communities, to the local manufacturers, to the local contractors, right? But that's also overall enhances the available liquidity and cash within the local communities, within the local companies, within the local contractors, for even for them to grow more and more, right? So what we're talking about is not just building a project and then we're leaving. This is something that will be sustainable overall for the economy. This will increase the liquidity overall within the economy. And this project that we are doing, it will stay for a minimum of 25 years. And we as an investor will stay also for 25 years, and we will look to do more and more projects and bring in additional liquidity in the market.
Thank you, Abdullah, for the last remark, because exactly attracting investment is not just about the process, right? Where the final goal is actually developing the economy and helping the local communities and local people and elevating the living standards. Well, thank you for the contributions for this discussion. I think we are a little bit of running late on because lunchtime has already started. So thank you everyone for joining us for this panel discussion. Thank you for the speakers for joining us. I believe in an agenda. We have an hour break, and then we will continue with the schedule of Astana Finance Days. Thank you. And if I may ask the speakers for a group photo.
1, раз, 2, 3. 1, раз, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 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 4, 5. Артем, скажи канал для той колонки. 10.
Один, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 4, 1. 1, 1, 1. 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 2, 3, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 4, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 6. 1, 5, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три, 4. 4. 4, 15, 16, 17. Домик движется на лапках. Вся спина в сплошных заплатках. Как из норки торчит шейка, вся в чешуйках, словно змейка. В этом костяном жилете не так страшно жить на свете. Как погладить черепашку через толстую рубашку? Если рядом ходит слоник, замирает этот домик. Если встретит она друга, будет ей не до испуга. Там под тяжестью щита сердце есть и теплота. Черепахи не торопятся, не спеша в них мудрость копится. Очень медленно ползут, словно тяжести несут. Не спеши, если забудешь. Тише едешь, дальше будешь. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3. 5, 7, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 5, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 6. Продолжаю. К ней всюду относились с уважением. И труженик, как добрая жена, а жизнь вдруг обошлась без сожаления, был рядом муж, и вот она одна. Бежали будни ровной чередою, и те ж друзья и уважения тоже, но что-то вдруг возникло и такое, чего порой не сразу разберешь. Приятели, сердцами молодые, к ней заходя по дружбе иногда, уже шутили, как в дни былые, при муже не решались никогда.
Он там рилс записывал, а ты... Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Дамы и господа, здравствуйте. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Сергей, как меня слышно? Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 4, 5, раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. Сам себе нормально, комфортно? Раз, два, три.
Один, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. 3. 1, 2, 3. Гудит, Тёма гудит. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. Тем, поговорить еще или хватит? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть. Раз, два, три. Вроде в 2, но я расписание не слежу. Еще?
Один, два, три, пять, семь, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 6, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 6. Внимание, говорит Астана. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 8, 9, 6. К ней всюду относились с уважением. И труженик, как добрая жена, а вдруг жизнь обошлась без сожаления, был рядом муж, и вот она одна. Бежали будни ровной. Бежали будни ровной чередою, те ж друзья и уважения тоже, но что-то вдруг возникло и такое, чего порой не сразу разберешь. Приятели, сердцами молодые, к ней заходя по дружбе иногда, уже шутили, как в дни былые, при муже не решались никогда. И говоря, что жизнь почти ничто, коль будет сердце лаской не согрето, порой намекали и на то, и на это, а то при встрече предрекут ей скуку и даже раздражаются сгоряча, коль чью-то слишком ласковую руку она стряхнет с колена или с плеча. Не верили, ломается, играет, скажи, какую сберегает честь? Одно из двух, или цену набивает, или давно что-нибудь доесть. И было непонятно никому, что я одна, она верна ему. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3. Достаточно? Один, два, три, пять, семь, 2, 3, 4, 7, 5, 8, 9. Один, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Один, два, три, пять, 7. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 6, 7. Все? Один, два, три, пять, 7. 7, 8, 9, 6. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5. 7, 7. Один, два, три. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 1, 2, 3. Следующий. Спичку. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. 2, 3. На маленькой площадке во дворе заснеженного Харьковского дома играла детвора. Все? И в той игре была в своей фантазии и в той игре была в своей фантазии ведома. Качелем геликарием была, турник, конечно, звездными вратами, покрышка, безразмерна и бела, хранила все космические тайны. Героев расплодилось целый двор, как звезд на почерневшем небосклоне. Железный человек, Халк, Локи, Тор, Оса и Муравей и только Один один, а остальных по два, по три. Бог царственно глядел с небесной вышки на подданных, собравшихся внутри таинственной покрашенной покрышки. Родители сидели в стороне, судачили о том, что происходит в стране, и быть, не быть войне, когда в их разговор вмешался Один. Задумчивый, великий бог-малыш смотрел на них раскосыми глазами и, указав обломком старых лыж, как скипетром в ночное небо замер. Под крышами крылатая плыла, и страхом обелили взрослых лиц. Все?
Раз, раз, раз. 1, 2, 3.
Уважаемые участники, наша панельная сессия начинается. Просим занять всех свои места. Dear participants, our panel session is about to begin. We kindly ask you to take your seats. Құрметті қатысушылар, панельдік сессиямыз қазір басталады.
Уважаемые участники, наша панельная сессия скоро начнется. Просим всех занять свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, панельдік сессиямыз қазір басталады. Барлықтарыңызды өз орындарыңызда алуға шақырамыз. Dear participants, our panel session is about to begin. We kindly ask you to take your seats.
Good afternoon, dear Astana Finance Days attendees. My name is Olivier Guéris. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Astana International Exchange that I joined back in 2017. To open the afternoon, it's my pleasure to moderate this panel on Kazakhstan and MENA, Middle East and North Africa, unlocking regional investment and capital market growth. Before I get started, I want to extend our sincere thanks to our esteemed partners, Freedom Broker, Kaz Mineral, and ITS for their continued support to the development and the success of this forum. The MENA region has emerged as a dynamic hub for capital market innovation, IPO acceleration, and regulatory modernization. With Kazakhstan deepening integration with into this financial ecosystem, including AIX participation in the Tabadul digital hub, and active collaborations with exchanges like Tadawul, Qatar Stock Exchange, and Nasdaq Dubai, and Muscat Securities Exchange. The time is right to spotlight the strategic importance of MENA Kazakhstan cooperation. The session is designed to unpack key developments in the MENA IPO landscape, highlight practical mechanisms for cross-border capital flows, and explore how institutional reforms build investor confidence across emerging markets. By bringing together top leaders from regional exchanges and financial institutions, we aim to foster actionable dialogue on shared opportunities, future alignment, and the role of capital markets in driving regional economic growth. To bring their wealth of expertise on this topic today, our panelists are Abdullah Al-Nuaimi, Chief Executive Officer of Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange. Abdullah and I go back 15 years from my days in Qatar when both Abdullah and I were running operations for our respective exchanges. He's done much better since than I have, so congratulations to him. So AIX is a proud member of the Tabadul Alliance pioneered by ADX. Moreover, I'm proud to announce today that our respective CSD, Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange CSD and AIX CSD, have made a decision to establish a bilateral link between themselves. So this will, the strategic cooperation is designed to facilitate cross-border trading, enhance market connectivity, and broaden investment opportunities for both investors and issuers. Then we have Badr Ali Nai, my CEO peer at Muscat Securities Exchange. MSX and AIX are in the very final phase of interconnecting our exchanges via the Tabadul Hub. Hopefully we go live next month. We've already got one broker on each side ready to go live. Also with us today is Gordon Haskins, the CEO of Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank subsidiary in Kazakhstan. Gordon joined ADCB Kazakhstan back in 2016 as chairman of the management board and chief executive officer. He has more than 30 years of experience in the banking and legal sectors. Finally, we are welcoming Brian Steyerwalt, board member of AIX regulator, AFSA, the Astana Financial Services Authority. Brian also served as chief executive of the Dubai Financial Services Authority, the FSA, and he currently holds the post of MENA Financial Services Regulatory Lead at Grant Thornton. All right, let's get started. Abdullah, salam alaikum, misal khayr. It's been an eventful period for ADX, from upgrading market infrastructure and listing MENA's first digital bond to a strong pipeline of IPOs, the latest earlier this year. With several companies announcing plans to go public, could you please share the latest development in ADX, your IPO outlook for the rest of 2025 and 2026 and beyond, and the instruments currently shaping investor priorities?
Thank you. First, I would like to thank you and thank the team here to give me this opportunity. This is the third time for me to visit Kazakhstan. The first time was in Astana with AIX. And I see during those 3 years really the huge developments happening in this area, especially in this area, in the financial services in Kazakhstan, and how the development and advancement in terms of the infrastructure, which is lead us what we did in ADX. In ADX, 4 years back, we thought to revamp everything, not only the infrastructure in terms of technology. No, we start with the legal framework. We revamped the legal framework. We revamped our technology. We revamped the process to make it more accessible, more easy for the people to come to ADX, especially issuers or the investors. After we finished the first phase of revamping everything, and something very important, the integration of the ecosystem. Without the integration of the ecosystem, now the exchange is just a small part of the capital market, or a part of a capital market. Now we need to integrate a full capital market and the support entity around the capital market to facilitate the process in the capital market. We did that. The result, In 2003 was really a phenomenal year for ADX in terms of the IPO. 2003, 2004, we reached number 10 in the world in terms of the IPO and the proceed. And we almost 50% of the proceed in the GCC, it's happened in ADX. In addition to that, provide other facility for our investor. An example, 16 ETF. This is new to the region, and the most active ETFs market now in the region is in ADX. And by the way, today we heard about quantum computing. Next week, the first quantum computing ETF will be listed in ADX, if you are interested. And the company there, he can present it. He knows the more information about it. This is what happened in ADX. Now, and by the way, something else. As a CEO of the exchange, I'm proud to see one of our listed companies sitting near me, ADCB. ADCB is a listed company in ADX, and it operates outside UAE. In the future, as I told you, now we already in next week we will have a company will be listed, direct listing in our market. We have quantum computing ETF. The IOB, we call it IOB because this is an innovation also in ADX. We innovate a new way to participate in ETF, similar to the IPO. We start next week, and we're expecting another company will be a dual listing with one of the big international exchange. And we're expecting like 2 or 3 major IPO next year, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. Dear Badr, over to you now, please. So OQ Exploration and Production, OCAP, completed the largest IPO in Oman's history in October of last year, raising about $2 billion, and now represents about 11.6% of MSX market cap. How has this milestone transformed the IPO landscape in Oman, and what infrastructure or product innovations is MSX planning to unlock further opportunities for investors in the capital market, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliver, for having me here. This is my first panel, so if I'm nervous, please be easy with me. You are right that OQEB is the largest listed company in our market, but I mean, what's the story behind OQEB and how we prepare the market to have such a mega company in our exchange? So the story starts from 2022 when we draft MSX 5 years strategy plan. And during preparation for the MSX strategy plan, we identify the areas where we need to improve ourselves. We work closely with our partners. For that, we have like several meetings with OIA, Oman Servant Fund, and we agree it will be like a diversification plan for 5 years of 35 companies will be offered to the public. The priority will be for MSX. In 2023, we start with 2 companies, Upright Energy Services, and it was a very successful IPO. And from each IPO, we learn lessons, how we improve ourselves, so that the next companies come, we will be ready, and we get the investor as well ready. So the story with Upright, we reach like 65 subscribers to this IPO, but I mean, the number could be higher, and to enhance that, we make it easy for investors to open the account. So we introduce an application where we make the investor journey much easier, so he can, through his broker, open and get the investor account so that he can participate in the IPOs, upcoming IPOs. As a result, in the second IPO, which is QGN, the number of subscribers increased to over 150,000 subscribers. Then OQEB came to the picture. There was like a challenge. Does the size of MSX can handle OQEB? And it was approved by the market. Yes, MSX can handle a large IPOs. And we continue with the fourth IPO and the fifth IPO at the beginning of this year with ASIAD. A part of the agreement that we have with OIA is to introduce sectors that are not available in MSX. So we start with oil and gas sector. We move to logistic, and the story will continue next year, inshallah, with more sectors that are not yet represented in the exchange. Along with that, we have many initiatives just to support the momentum in the market and to increase the attractiveness of the market. And to have like a wider base of investors. So we conduct many of one-to-one meetings, many of workshops, many of roadshows, just to tell the story of MSX and invite more investors to come to the MSX. So this is basically the story behind OQEB.
Shukran Jazila Bader. Over to you now, Gordon. Thanks for being with us today. ADCB recently established its presence with us in Kazakhstan. I mean, the name change, which sends a strong signal of your commitment to our region. Now, looking at debt capital markets, as opposed to equities, with both public and private debt markets thriving in Kazakhstan at the moment, how do you envision the role of Islamic banks as a catalyst in both areas, please?
Thanks, Olivier. Yeah, just as a bit of further background, as Olivier said, it's a new name, Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank here in Kazakhstan, but in fact, the bank has been here for 15 years now, coming on 16 years. Started as Al Halal Bank, became part of the ADCB group in 2019 with the combination that happened between ADCB and Union National Bank and Al Halal at that time. We remained as Al Halal for a number of years, but have seen the opportunities arising in this region, and that's very much what led to some of the changes we've undertaken within our group and the strategy change that we've implemented here in Kazakhstan and elsewhere in the Central Asia and Caucasus region. Previously, we were solely focused on Kazakhstan and have widened that out with the opportunities that we've seen. And in the panel session I attended just before lunch, it was very obvious why we are here and why we remain here with significant clients from the Gulf region all being here talking about the opportunities that they're pursuing. So we certainly are following clients here to a degree, but we are also very much well established here in Kazakhstan. We're a purely Islamic bank in Kazakhstan, owing to the local rules here, unlike ADCB, our parent bank, which is a conventional bank with an Islamic window. Locally, we offer solely Islamic products, but I think we're actually at an inflection point for the Islamic banking, Islamic finance market here in Kazakhstan and the region. There's, as I say, growing interest in the region. We see that growing appetite from our group for this region, and we see Islamic finance being a significant part of that. There's a lot of appetite, obviously, on a conventional basis. We've, as a group, grown the balance sheet exposure to this region from about $500 million in loan and Islamic finance assets a couple of years ago to today approximately $1.5 billion, and we expect to be upwards of $2 billion by the time the year ends. So we're growing the local balance sheet. Our group colleagues are growing the head office balance sheet, cross-border exposure. And there's more and more that we as a group are doing here with clients. Personally, I don't see Islamic finance itself being a massive catalyst, but it's very much a part of what is going on here. I don't think it's separately going to catalyze things. It's been a slightly difficult history in Kazakhstan for us as a bank because of the lack of liquidity and funding. That's picking up on a point that was mentioned in one of the earlier panel sessions. Liquidity is key, and the liquidity in the Islamic finance market has not been here in the region for some time. DBK did a Sukuk issue 12, 14 years ago. In fact, when I was at RBS Bank in those days, I was peripherally involved in that issuance from London. But that was the only one for a long time. More recently, ICD did an issuance for a private funding transaction, but there has not been a lot of liquidity in the market. That's all changing now. Eurasian Development Bank is working on setting up an Islamic window in their operations. We're seeing some rule changes coming from the local regulator here. We've been working with them to help introduce those changes. So I think we will see Islamic finance actually grow quite significantly now, probably at long last, after 15 years of history here. And we're working with others to further develop that. But I think it's an interesting point in time now, and I think we will see Islamic finance start to significantly grow here and across the region with other geographies in the region also being interested in developing their Islamic finance.
Thank you, Gordon. Good afternoon, Brian. Brian, you have extensive background, regulatory background at making markets better and safer in the GCC. Do you see GCC regulatory standards as a benchmark for AFSA to dig inspiration from? And in your opinion, how is AFSA working to harmonize regulatory standards between our region and other jurisdictions in the GCC?
Very good. Thank you, Olivier. And it's a real pleasure to be here today. And this opening ceremony this morning was fantastic. Wasn't in my background, but probably the strangest decision of my life, which worked out really well, was I left as a bank examiner from the US in New York City and moved to Almaty, Kazakhstan in January 1996. And so I have seen this country develop and grow for a long period of time. And it's a real pleasure for me to be on the AFSA board and to be associated with the colleagues that we have at AFSA and the AIFC and watching this center grow. So there is a very strong connection between the AIFC and the GCC, and in particular the UAE. There's cross-border cooperation with regulators, there's cross-border cooperation with industry, and it is an appropriate benchmark, I believe, for the AIFC to use in terms of their growth. And when you pick a benchmark, you know, it's an interesting decision, you know, for any country, any financial center, because you have to pick a benchmark that, one, is working, I guess, but two, is similar to you. And so, you know, if you choose to benchmark yourself against the US, I mean, you've got 100 years of learning ahead of you. And probably the US would not design its regulatory system as it is now if they started today, right? So we have an opportunity right now here at AIFC to start from today And that was the benefit, I think, of we saw in the UAE. When you're given a white sheet of paper, which regulators rarely are, and you're not given an active parliament on top of you, which regulators rarely have, you have a real chance to make a difference. And that's where, as a benchmark, you have to think about a white sheet of paper and where you go. And so the cooperation between the two is absolutely critical, I think, to develop relationships and to build markets, build cross-border listings, and that only improves liquidity in the market and the ability to make a difference. And the one last point I would make in terms of overall development is that you really have to think bottom up when you're talking about markets, that you can't just build a market and assume people will come. You have to listen to the issuers. You have to listen to where the money's going to come from as an investor, and then design a market that matches both of their needs. And I think we're doing that here.
Thank you, Brian. Back to you, dear Abdullah. Tabadul is your brainchild, let's face it. It's been hugely successful at bringing together exchanges from the GCC and beyond. With the recent addition of Central Asian exchanges, actually unique named it Tabadulistan. Yeah. So how's the ADX pioneering leadership in Tabadul enhanced regional market connectivity? And what are the latest development and future plans to further expand Tabadul's role across MENA securities and beyond?
Tabadul, let's say it is from dream to reality, because really who understand how the stock market operation works, and you start bring the idea of Tabadul, you said it's just a dream. It's very nice dream, but it's difficult to be implemented. Alhamdulillah, today 9 exchanges in Tabadul, and we see the volume, it's increasing daily, exponential increase in the volume between the exchange. But let's return back to the main idea of Tabadul. What the problem with the exchanges, especially mid and small exchanges? Accessibility. The accessibility. And everybody looking for liquidity, but nobody understands the liquidity. There is different definition of liquidity. But as an exchange, I'm not looking for the volume and value in terms of liquidity. I'm looking who make liquidity and who take the liquidity. If I don't think at the order book, okay, and see exactly who creating the liquidity in my order book and who take liquidity from my order book, then I will not have a liquidity, which people see as a volume and volume at the end of the day. Now, Tabadul serve that purpose at the exchange level to provide accessibility for the investor, not just a retail investor, even institutional investors, to create and take liquidity. This one element of Tabadul, and solve the issue of the back office operation. As an investor, I don't care about your clearing or settlement, but as an exchange, I need it. Now, as an investor, I can access the world currently. Why should I care about you or I care about the other exchange to access? I have all this problem. I need to log in to one interface, then I can trade any shares or stock or bond or ETF, whatever an instrument. We found there is a problem in our region, whole region. The accessibility is very difficult for the investor. Onboarding is very difficult also for the investors. And come the idea between 2 exchanges, Bahrain Stock Exchange and ADX, okay? Why we don't create a connectivity, solve all those issues, and make it very easy for an investor to trade the stock in the exchange. And by the way, the competition is very high to our exchanges. Now, I'm not talking about crypto exchange or big exchange. I'm talking about MTF, an example. Okay, and MTF or ATS, it's very nice example how our future as an exchange, what will happen to us. Now, Tabadul provide that accessibility, create the visibility, easy accessibility. Then we extend the business of Tabadul to the primary market and the IBO. Then we said, okay, the main idea to provide liquidity, creating liquidity and taking liquidity, introduce a new thing as a market maker operation in Tabadal. And we are extending also the services of Tabadal. Not only we will not stop, we have another things also to introduce through Tabadal to provide a full services for the exchange and link those exchange. And instead of a small pool of water, we'll create an ocean by linking all those exchanges together. This is my aim and my dream, really.
No doubt you will achieve it.
Inshallah.
Thank you. Badr, another question to you. The Sultanate of Oman has become a strong candidate for an upgrade from frontier to emerging markets with MSCI and FTSE. With that in mind, Oman's recent IPO are part of a broader privatization and capital market reform agenda under Vision 2040, I believe, supported by structural measures such as expanded margin trading, securities lending, covered short selling. How are these reforms expected to elevate MSX from frontier to emerging market status? And what are the next stage institutional reforms that you have in mind to foster this process, please?
So as I said before, that MSX right now is a frontier market, and we want to become emerging market. For that, we work very closely with the FSA and other partners, to make MSX become EM market. Introducing such a market making, securities lending and borrowing, short selling, and other regulations, which will be very soon announced either by FSA or by MSX themselves. All this will, help or support the trading mechanism to become more and more. And the ones who are following the activity in MSX, he can see that the volumes are getting higher and higher, more participants involved in the trading. Market maker, not only a local market makers, but as well, and thanks to our partnership through Tabadal, we have four foreign market maker coming from Tabadal. They are participating on the trading avenues. More to that, in a month, we will introduce for AIM market, which is designed to support the listing of small and mid-cap companies and family companies, and to encourage them to be a part of a market. FSA announced last year incentive programs for them, which will cover three pathways. The first one is mainly to encourage companies to be a part of the main platform. Second one will be aimed for SMEs. We try to make it very commercial for them, so that it will encourage them to take the decision to be a part of MSX family. Once the announcement was out by FSA regarding the investment program, we have seen interest from many companies, and actually we conduct a number of meetings with them. By launching the AIM market, we already have like 3 companies ready to take the direct listing and be a part of AIM market. And this is how we are, trying to achieve the objective of upgrade the classification of market to emerging market.
Thank you, Badr. Well, actually, Abdullah and I, back in the days, we worked together on getting the upgrade from frontier to emerging markets for the UAE and Qatar. So,
don't mention the date.
So we wish you all the best, and I'm sure you'll be successful in achieving this major thing. Gordon, back to you. May I get your thoughts on the following? Islamic finance is an area where EDCB has strong expertise. How can Kazakhstan draw on these practices to attract more diverse investors and broaden its capital market base?
Yeah, I think I've touched on a couple of these points already. certainly we've been here as a fully Islamic bank for 15 years, lots of experience in the Kazakhstan market. ADCB, our parent bank now, was in fact the first bank in the UAE to establish an Islamic window 25 years or so ago. They've got a large Islamic desk in the UAE, so there's a lot of expertise that we use on a regular basis there. And in fact, we've been working closely with the regulator here and the National Bank on introducing products, new rules, as I referred to earlier, that the regulator is working on to allow banks here, all banks here in Kazakhstan, to offer both conventional and Islamic products, which is a fundamental change from the way the system has worked for the way the regulatory system has worked here for the better part of 15 years. And that's where I think this real change is going to come here. And we've been lending our support wherever we can to the regulator. We've worked with them both here and in the UAE to give them a hand in understanding how our head office, for example, manages its Islamic window and how that structure actually works. They're introducing rules that will allow that. We're already talking to some of the other banks here in Kazakhstan about Islamic banking. We've agreed with one bank that we will lend some formal assistance on establishing an Islamic desk that they're looking to set up once the rules change next year. The legislation is working its way through. We've had some involvement with the EDB that I mentioned earlier that is in the process of setting up its own Islamic desk, Islamic window, and in fact they're close to providing some funding to one of the Islamic finance companies here in Kazakhstan. So, you know, we're doing everything we can. It's part of our mandate here to both locally in Kazakhstan and elsewhere in the region to help foster that. And I think that then will start to create the platform where we'll start to see the greater liquidity coming in, as I referred to earlier. And we'll see investors coming in from the Gulf, as I referred to that session before lunch. It was very apparent that there is a lot of interest coming from the Gulf into the entire region here, and I think we'll start seeing more and more investors coming in on private and public transactions. We've done a number of, our head office has done a number of DCM transactions in Uzbekistan over the last few months, bringing a lot of appetite from the Gulf region. And I think we'll start seeing that also now in the Islamic finance space. As that critical mass further develops, as I referred to earlier, it's been a bit of a difficult struggle at times because it hasn't had the critical mass here in Kazakhstan. I think we really are at the point now where we're going to see that change, and I think, you know, we hope to be an important part of that.
Thanks so much. Brian, for our final word on this panel today, I'd like to pick your brains on whether, in your opinion, there's sufficient cooperation between AFSA and the GCC regulators, and what, in your opinion, could be done on top of that to further improve and facilitate cooperation and access between the markets.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. And really, when you start thinking about, you know, your regulatory infrastructure and the infrastructure that sits behind an exchange or a financial market, I mean, you have to have international standards first. That people have to have trust, which is, I mean, a thing the governor, I think, started with today, and the Museum of Trust is out and running now. But the first element you have to do is align yourself with international standards. And there's a lot of cooperation that has to happen on how is that done. There's more than one way to slice that pie. And that's where, when you pick benchmarks, we talked about earlier, that you pick a relevant benchmark that's a similar size, similar type of activities, and similar areas of development to move along with. So that's the first thing of cooperation, is how do you get to where you need to be on international standards. Secondly, I think there's a great way of sharing people, you know, of letting people from the exchange in Muscat, the exchange in Abu Dhabi, to come here and see how things are working and offer their advice and learn as well. It's a two-way exchange and vice versa. And I think that's a great way of building more ties with different markets and understanding where the other markets really stand. So that's what I would recommend going forward.
Thanks a lot, Brian. Gentlemen, thanks so much for your input. I'd like to remind the attendees today of the upcoming Tabadul Roadshow at 4 p.m. So everybody's welcome to attend it. And on those good words, I'll now close this panel. Thanks to the attendees for your attention and to our panelists for their contribution. Thank you.
Уважаемые участники, сейчас для вас открыт кофе-брейк в зоне за лифтом. Просим вас отдохнуть и присоединиться к нам в 15:00 на сессию Feast Talks. Благодарим за внимание. Құрметті қатысушылар, лифттің артындағы аймақта кофе-брейк дайын. Сіздерді демалып сағат 15:00-де Feast Talks сессиясына қосылуға шақырамыз. Назарларыңызға рахмет. Dear participants, the coffee break is now served in the area behind the elevator. Please enjoy your break and join us at 15:00 for the Feast Talks session. Thank you.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ әлдеқайда көп. Сіздің қолайлығыңыз үшін біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз. Тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest, and lead with ITS.
Every moment, we're connecting businesses, governments, and 7 billion people to a global digital economy. We're designing easy ways to pay, across town or across borders, faster or later, from the comfort of your home or on the go. We're protecting people's data and identities. We're helping businesses make smarter decisions and making money more secure. We're bringing more people into the financial mainstream and helping small businesses get online to create a sustainable economy where everyone prospers. We strive to be a force for good, creating value, growing together, and moving fast for our customers and each other. At the end of the day, we're all about making connections, giving everyday moments more meaning. That's us. That's MasterCard. Powering economies, empowering people.
Уважаемые участники, панельная дискуссия FIAS Talks «Как превратить вызовы в возможности для роста» скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, FIAS Talks сын тегеуріндерді өсу мүмкіндіктеріне қалай алындыруға болады? Панельдік пікірталасы жақында басталады. Өз орындарыңызды алуыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, FIAS Talks Turning Challenges into Growth Points will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West.
My timer has started, so I think that is the cue to start the panel. Thank you all for joining us for this FEAS Talks, Turning Challenges into Growth Points. My name's Stephen Hamilton. I'm the chairman of Avenir Technology. We provide technology to financial market infrastructure, including here in Kazakhstan, which is why I'm here. Although perhaps I should start with a confession. As chairman of a technology company, I am not a technologist. In fact, I'm much more aligned to my panelists here. I'm more used to operating exchanges, so we've been able to put together a very good panel here of a very distinguished panel to talk to you today about some of the challenges and hopefully some of the expectations of exchanges in the region. Before we begin, I'd like to say that AIFC extends sincere thanks to their esteemed partners, Freedom Broker, Kaz Minerals, and ITS for their continued support and valuable contribution to the development of the forum. I have a panel here today of people lots of you may recognize, but briefly I will introduce them. Asel Mukazanova, CEO of Astana International Exchange, Radu Hanga, Chairman of the Board of Bucharest Stock Exchange, Haik Yeganyan, CEO of Armenia Securities Exchange, and Kingiz, CEO of ITS at the end there. So a great panel. I have challenged the panel to try and give you the information that you can't find on Google and you can't find on ChatGPT. So hopefully this is useful and interesting. So we have here a number of regional exchanges, but with a common set of priorities, from enhancing market liquidity to navigating complex geopolitical risks. As many of our member exchanges tackle similar strategic challenges, as do their users, this platform offers a chance to exchange real, actionable insights. Today we'll hear from leaders who are driving growth by localizing OPOs, attracting diverse investor bases, and strengthening post-trade infrastructure. The goal here is to spotlight strategies that are working and inspire collaboration across the region. To begin with, my first questions will be to Asel from AIX. Asel, the first half of 2025 has been a real test for global financial markets, with geopolitical tensions, trade restrictions, and currency fluctuations amplifying volatility. Against this backdrop, AIX has nearly doubled its listings in H1 2025, raising around 1.9 billion in capital. How have recent product or listing innovations contributed to turning these challenges into growth points and diversifying access for domestic issuers?
Thank you, Stephen. We all know about the current situation and current environment we are operating in. That's the uncertainty in the geopolitics. We see the trade restrictions, fluctuations in the currencies, and that all affects the capital market, the global capital market. And we see that the number of IPOs is down and substantially less than within the post-pandemic timing. And also we see that interest rates are quite high, and it's demotivating the clients to tap the market, both with equity and debt instruments. Nevertheless, we have been, as Stephen mentioned, we have been able to show good results. And our focus, which we are very proud of, is that we come to the market with innovations, with new instruments. And this is not just us who are inventing something every day, and it's thanks to our clients. We have our broker members who are coming with the new ideas and that help us to show us as an innovative institution. And also our clients, issuers, they're also coming with structures. Sometimes they are not. So the first thing is that we never say no to our clients. When they come with the structures which do not fit the rules and regulations, we work with the client. We try to invent structures which would meet the needs of the clients, but at the same time will be compliant with the rules and regulations. And that all help us to come to the market with new ideas. Just recently, for instance, we have our broker members, that's Fonte Capital, which came with the new instrument, which is ETF on Bitcoin. And just recently, there was another ETF backed by Solana. So this all helps us to be in the forefront of the developing of the capital market in Kazakhstan. And also, the very important thing is that probably I had to mention that in the beginning, that we are benefiting from the regulation and infrastructure we have built. So regulation, we have AFC regulation, which is based on the common law principles, infrastructure, which is built in line with the international practices. And that helps international investors to come to enter the market, and they will feel themselves as if they are in their home market. So these all help us to, as I said, to come to the market with good instruments and to regard ourselves and as a stock exchange which comes with innovations and helping the clients to achieve their goals.
Thank you, Asel, and for anyone who missed it, some really crucial advice in the middle there. Don't say no to clients. Asel, we've talked about the exchange expanding, but a key challenge remains, and that's keeping Kazakhstan's largest companies at home. So most major national companies, except for Kazmunegas, have also listed on the London Stock Exchange, from Kazatomprom to Air Astana. What can be done to ensure that large issuers prioritize the local exchange so that liquidity is built here in Kazakhstan first?
Yes, that's the very important question, and probably the market tired of me always talking about this. And I remember that we've been talking about since probably last 3 or 5 years. And I need to go back to their history a bit. All blue chips, you may call them national champions, all Kazakh companies, they tap international markets. They go for the investor base, which is outside Kazakhstan. And that's understandable. And you know all the names, so they are all usual suspects. It's Halyk Bank, Kaspi, EP Kazmunegas in the past, ERG, and then Air Astana, Kazatomprom. They are all tapping the international market, and that they don't do that they don't do that locally. That's good because, and that's understandable, because they go for the better market conditions, for better investor base. But unfortunately, it doesn't help to develop the local market, because if you look at the MSCI requirements for the MSCI and FTSE, those issuers, they are not counted in favor of Kazakhstan because they strengthen the London market, and because those issuers, they issue GDRs, and that's why it strengthens London, not Kazakhstan, unfortunately. And I think that some of the some of the experts and people may say that you don't have the legal framework, we don't have the regulatory framework, we don't have the infrastructure. That's not true. We do have that, and we do have that at AIX. And we've built the infrastructure, and as I said when addressing the first question, investors can feel themselves as in their home market. because everything is similar as they accustomed to. And the legal framework is there, and our regulator is very much focused on the market development, which is good. And that's why I think that we need to find a first mover who will come to the market, will prioritize the local placement. And in fact, we can introduce some tax stimulus or some measures which would help the companies to stay here, not to go to the international markets. And we are lucky today that we have Radu with us, and Radu can share with us his success. That was real success. And I told Radu today, just before we started discussions, that I am jealous. I am jealous, and that was a really great success. So that's why I urge the owners of the businesses, the top managers who are probably sitting in this audience, start your success equity story locally. Don't go to internationally, and we will make sure that investors will come here and they will see the Kazakhstan as the natural destination for good assets.
Thank you, Asel. I think that's right. It's about changing opinions, not just here, based on the framework, but changing the opinions and the mandates of the investor community. If the business is here and the listings are here, they will change their mandates and will change those opinions. So we've just discussed how to keep major issuers listing locally and the challenges of building domestic liquidity. Romania offers an interesting contrast here. We've seen strong IPO activity with Hydroelectrica listed solely on the Bucharest Stock Exchange. Radu, what structural or regulatory measures contributed to this momentum? How are you ensuring this success translates into a sustainable pipeline of new listings? And perhaps just as important, what hurdles should other exchanges be mindful of to not repeat in their own markets?
Thank you very much for the question, and Asel, thank you very much for the kind words. Somehow I was writing before and thinking to start with the geopolitics, but I will go to the second question you got, Asel. And what I can say is that I would first rephrase a statement for an American president who said, don't ask yourself what the country can do for you, ask yourself what you can do for your country. And if it's to put it in the context of our relationship with our clients, I would say don't ask your clients to do things for you. Think about what you can do for your clients. And from that perspective, if I'm looking at the relationship of a stock exchange with the companies, I would say normally when each of us get the question what the stock exchange does for the listed companies, the most obvious answer is access to capital. That's what we do. We are in the last years trying to change this positioning in Romania, and we are starting to look at the stock exchange more as a communication platform. We are saying that a company which comes to the stock exchange that helps, it's like it goes onto a scene, it helps the company to communicate with its clients, with its shareholders. And if you position yourself as a stock exchange, because at the end of the day, we as stock exchanges, we are providers also of visibility to the listed companies. If we position ourselves in this way, you will see that an international stock exchange becomes irrelevant because a company wants visibility in a market which is relevant for itself. You want to get visibility where you sell your products, where your customers are. You start looking at the stakeholders, investors and consumers, not as being two different bubbles. It's the same group of people. At the end of the day, your investors are your clients. when you are talking to them, you are talking to from both perspectives. So if you position the stock exchange this way, I would say that helps very well in positioning ourselves, in helping the companies. You become more relevant, we become more relevant in the relationship with the local companies. And I would say from that perspective, even if I don't like what's happening in the global context, I have to say that there are positive things for the local stock exchanges, because somehow it makes the world less global, it makes the world more local, and if it's to talk about local stock exchange, it's a symbol of local.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right, and however global a business might be in terms of its client base, clients want local contacts and local context. So I think that's huge.
I would add one more element. I haven't seen, like in sports. In sports, you haven't seen any world champion which haven't been before a national champion. I would say it's the same in business. Any big global company, any big global success, it was at first a big local success. So we have to create, our job as local stock exchanges is to create that context to help local companies to become local champions and to be able to become challengers at the global level.
I think that's right. Look, we've had some great references so far. Presidents and football. We're covering all the bases. Radu, we touched earlier on Hydroelectrica, and their IPO in 2023 was a landmark deal for Romania. But it didn't happen in isolation, and underpinned by years of reform and market development, including in 2020, FTSE Russell upgrading Romania from frontier to secondary emerging market status. We talked a little about this on an earlier panel, but what specific reforms and market infrastructure improvements made this possible? How has that reclassification positioned BVB as a regional growth driver, and what's changed in practice since that status was gained?
There are a lot of things that happened, but I wouldn't speak in a very sophisticated way. I would return to what I said before, and I will put it simple. If you look at the stock exchange as a scene, the value of each scene is given by the number of people in the audience. For each of us as stock exchanges, what's important is to bring investors on the stock exchange. Often I hear when we talk about stock exchanges, including about the Romanian one, that symbol of success is the number of companies which got listed. If I'm looking at Bucharest Stock Exchange, and if someone asks me, you didn't ask me, but I hope in the future you are going to do it. If someone asks me, what do you think is the best achievement of the Bucharest Stock Exchange, I would say it's not the number of listings, but the number of investors. And we went up more than 5 times in the last 5 years. We grow now by about 30% per year. So increasing the audience increases the appetite for the local companies to get listed. Because again, you as a company, you want access to capital, but you also want visibility. And I say that not only from my perspective. I'm in close contact with companies which came to the stock exchange, which got listed, and a lot of them are telling me that the biggest achievement is the credibility, the visibility, and they don't put very often access to capital on the first row. So I would say create the ecosystem, grow the number of investors, and of course secure all the things around, like transparency, good governance, technology, because you have to be there in terms of technology, you have to be accessible as a market. Communication, as a stock exchange, we have to communicate in a more simple way, I would say, because we are moving in a world which is becoming digital. We are moving in a world where we are competing maybe with crypto markets, and we see there a very simple message which is easy to understand. If we want to grow the investor base, we have to talk in a very simple way for them to understand what they are doing and what we are doing.
Thank you. I think the read across with retail markets, whether that be in traditional markets or in crypto, is something that will shape how exchanges develop over the next decade or so. We've heard how reforms and reclassification have helped Romania gain emerging market status and attract some of those landmark IPOs. If we look across the region to Armenia, presents another interesting case. So despite geopolitical headwinds, the stock exchange has shown remarkable growth. Haik, what's been driving this momentum? What lessons could other markets learn from your experience? And I guess separately, how have capital inflows into Armenia been influenced by the Warsaw Stock Exchange's stake and by the migration of skilled professionals driven by the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Hi everyone, and Steve, thank you for the question. Well, Armenia, unlike our host country, Kazakhstan, Romania, and other major countries where they have developed stock exchanges, Armenia is a small country, and naturally you can assume that there are not that big billion-dollar companies to attract foreign investors. So we as a stock exchange consolidated all types of financial instruments into our company. So it's not only a stock exchange for stocks, but we are the exchange, the marketplace for the government bonds, for primary auction, for secondary trading of the government bonds. The FX market, we're trying to, interbank FX, we're trying to consolidate in the stock exchange. Also the repo market, the lending market. So whatever is possible, whatever is tradable, we're trying to bring into our stock exchange. So that at least as it can become an interesting point of single entry for foreign investors. We all strive to bring foreign investors into our local economies. The best would be the Western capital. Obviously, it has been an aim for any developing country to bring institutional money into your economy. And quoting Radu, who quoted the other president, it's what can you do for your own country? And how to bring foreign institutional money into your own country, because this is the best money which will have a multiplier effect into your economy. So hence, if you are an Armenian stock exchange, in Armenia alone, there are more than 200 countries in the world, more than maybe 200 such exchanges. But what would differentiate you, for example, if you are owned by another major globally well-known, at least regionally well-known stock exchange, post-Soviet country, which has been very successful, that has been Warsaw. So that's why we tried to convince them to acquire a stake in our exchange. What was the effect? Again, how to bring money. So if until 2023 we didn't have any foreign institutional investors in our local currency sovereign bonds, after the takeover we did just a single roadshow in London, and within a matter of 3-4 months we had an inflow of $500 million from Western institutional investors, funds which are investing in local currency sovereign bonds, which ultimately brought with itself of FX liquidity. They started to provide the coverage on Armenia, and we started to realize that there is more interest towards already corporate bonds, which are also tradable on our exchange, and there are some primary issuances also on our exchange. It has been already 2 years. Well, again, going back, trying to analyze, could that have been done alone? Definitely not, because, for example, nowadays it's very difficult to open correspondent accounts links with ICSDs or clearing banks. You should either have a major business for them to be interesting, or at least you should demonstrate that you will never create extra hassle or risk for them. Compliance. So if you are owned by an EU institution, financial institution, obviously you're under EU regulation already, which ticks loads of boxes with itself. So as said, the aim was what to do for the country, bring lots of money, investments into the local economy. How to do it, obviously, alone is very difficult, so you try to find partners who will be very helpful for you. And last year, we started a successful conversation, which now ended up into a successful cooperation with Middle East, Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange. We joined Tabadul, and again, another regional kind of integration. Most important thing is to bring money from overseas to your economy, and B, to try to utilize the infrastructure that you have managed to build. And also, why not to become a cross-border trading or clearing house? Because if you are compliant with one jurisdiction, you are compliant with another jurisdiction, those jurisdictions which don't speak with each other directly, so you can easily become a hub for clearing and custody as well. This is like our long-term vision to be done in the due course. And again, the other benefit that we saw from Warsaw Stock Exchange is that now we have opened accounts with our custodians, and they are setting up a special trading platform in Warsaw for emerging market securities. The first one to be AMX, so whatever security will be tradable on AMX will be visible, tradable, clearable, and settlable in Warsaw, which means all those financial institutions who sit and trade in Warsaw with remote membership, will at least give them an executable visibility of our market. And regarding the geopolitical conflicts, I shouldn't say we have benefited that much, though there has been some inflow of skilled employees into our economy. But because our industry is strictly regulated, there are some language barriers, etc. So I don't think we were too ready to absorb these kind of skilled labors, because there was not a big scale of business like it was in UAE or even here in Astana to be able to make their life more interesting, their work more interesting. But we have seen some good additions, human labor additions into our different organizations in Armenia.
Thank you, Haik. You're the third exchange to talk about clients. I will say, if there are any clients of these exchanges in the audience, you should be pleased that the exchanges are listening, and maybe after this you can give them your opinions in the margins. Haik, you've already touched on some of those growth drivers, and in fact you've already talked a little to some of the modernization efforts. So we've seen you take active steps, launching platforms like AIX Trader, partnering on digital market infrastructure with institutions like EDB. How does this help turn, I guess, the limitations of a smaller market into strategic growth points for you?
Well, again, this transformation was demand-driven, because if you want to consolidate the entire market, financial transactions, executions through your company, you need to be able to provide flexible state-of-the-art technology. And we had an inherent old technology, and in order to be able to provide new trading solutions, let's say repo, FX, basket repo, interbank lending, direct market access, fixed connectivity, data export, etc., you should have a modern technology. And with the help of Eurasian Bank of Development, we managed to completely revamp the old software, install a new trading solution into the exchange, and thanks to this new trading software, we are now able to provide, like, as I said, basket repo, which we couldn't do it, and let's say interbank lending. We just connected with Tabadul, which we definitely couldn't have done it if we would have had the old one. So again, it's a question, what can you do for your clients to bring more transactions into your company and ease their life? Because the alternative for the client's bottom line is a WhatsApp group chat, if you can name it the OTC market, for example. How to bring this WhatsApp into your exchange? Again, you need to enable some of the clients, even the institutional traders, to be able to put quotations or to interact with each other through a mobile phone, again, using your own application. That's why if you don't do it, you will be completely forgotten, and kind of the business will, those business which you wanted to bring into your company will never come, and you will become completely useless, bottom line. And because you always have a competitor, even if you want to capture the OTC market, Bloomberg is there, is your major competitor. And this was the case with our primary auctions for government bonds. Again, we had been competing with Bloomberg, and we provided lots of extra value, additional services, like enabling anyone, even retail citizens, to participate in the government primary auction through their mobile phone application, obviously under the omnibus of the primary dealers. And we committed, we had this platform, which was the Treasury website, enabling the people to open accounts in the CSD, but we have developed it further. Now we are putting it into the tech software in the web and in the mobile to enable people to trade, buy, and hold the securities online. Again, these are all tech developments, which if you don't do it, you'll never have the business. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's right. It comes back to a point we touched on earlier, and that every established exchange globally is wrestling with going from a wholesale institutional model to competing with not just crypto exchanges, but the likes of technologically led retail brokers such as Robinhood, and how do those exchanges attract a similar market? Thank you. I think that's interesting, and look, we've heard from how I guess a traditional market is using modernization to its advantage. If we move to Kingiz and a different model, Kingiz ITS is not a traditional stock exchange, but an MTF. You've positioned yourself with a strong focus on digitalization. In your opinion, what ways can technological innovation help regional exchanges convert infrastructure gaps into competitiveness?
Well, thank you. All successful exchanges look the same, but all unsuccessful exchanges are unhappy in their own ways. And until recent, we had all exchanges. Well, until recent, we had three major pillars: instruments, investors, and regulation. But now it's technology, technology, and technology. And even regulation is now switching to RegTech. I might say that we are one of the most advanced platforms in the region. So we trade 18 hours. We have 3,000 plus instruments. We have more than 300 ETFs. And if I had a crystal sphere, I would expect and predict that exchange of the future will be able to trade 24/7, giving immediate access to investors for all types of instruments available worldwide. And if, for example, you take a look at FIAS, Federation of Eurasian Exchanges, until recently it was only exchanges. But now, and Konstantin is here, so now we're accepting tech providers as our members. And even look in this panel, we have tech providers, one of our moderators, not regulator. And I would also like to echo Asel. So we never say no to our clients, but what we are saying, so please come, say your pains, and we will help with our technology. We will help to turn your pains with our technology. Will help to turn your pains into your successful businesses. So we are quite widely open, and again, technology is fastly developing worldwide, not only in the exchange business. And again, we are like at ITS, bulk of our staff are IT or IT-related guys, and we are not an exchange, but we position ourselves as a fintech company, and we are more fintech, we are more IT company rather than a traditional exchange. And that's the global trend, and we are all moving there. And again, that's what we have worldwide. And again, all exchanges are now becoming tech providers and tech solutions for their clients. If that helps.
It does. Thank you, Kingiz. And look, let's be clear on this. This is not quite the new technological dawn of right now. If we go back to the introduction of MiFID in late 2007 and the introduction of what an MTF was to compete with regional stock exchanges, some of the winners there were very technology-led exchanges, and while the technology is changing and improving, that is still very much the competitive lever. To come back to competition, And my question here is not designed to try and get my panelists to disagree or to argue with each other. So I'll address this to Kingiz, but as I say, you may also want to chime in. We have now 3 exchanges here in Kazakhstan. Is this a situation that works? Is it a situation that will continue to work given the size of the economy? How do you compete? What are the challenges in that?
Well, A, it works. B, it will continue working. C, we are not competing. With AIX,
it sounds like I asked the wrong question.
With AIX, I would rather say we rather complement each other. We do not have IPOs. Again, we are providing, we have like mostly US stocks. We hope to start offering Indian market later this year. And again, we did lots of studies, and investors, or as I call it, virgin investors, they start trading global markets, they see global names, they invest in global names worldwide, and only then they start looking what's available on my own market. Can I buy my own bank? Can I buy my company that I'm dealing on a daily basis in my hometown? So we're educating our investors on the global market, and then we gently direct them to AIX or KASE. And yes, this situation works, and it will continue working. Thank you.
Asel, are you comfortable with the current situation? Are we looking for more exchanges?
Also,
we want
I'm supportive. That's true. We are complementing each other, and of course, we even have the same shareholder, so we cannot struggle.
It's a good answer, and it's obviously a very politically correct answer as well.
We do not compete, but it's rather like sister and brother relationship.
So there can be fights. That's good. So look, I want to thank my panel for their answers and for their insights. I think you've risen to the challenge well. This was not information that you could easily Google or ask ChatGPT for. So I think we're all better off with that knowledge. The things that I'm taking away is all of the representatives here have talked about, at least some of you in the room, their clients, and listening to them. I have operated exchanges and been a client of many exchanges, and the ones that I wanted to work with, the ones that I directed more business to, were absolutely the ones that listened and communicated. And in a world of increased technology and perhaps less human interaction, I still think that is vitally important, and especially in an economy that we're talking about here in Kazakhstan. It starts with the conversation, and it starts with people, regardless of the technology. It's still the people who control who pushes the buttons. So I would encourage that conversation to continue. So I thank my panelists. I thank you all for joining us. And if you would please thank my panel, we'll call that to an end.
Thank you, Stephen.
Біздің қызметтеріміз енді жаңа Freedom Super App қосымшасында қолжетімді. Супер, солай ғой. Сондай-ақ жақын арада біз басқа да қызметтерімізді қосамыз. Тоқтаңыз, тосын сыйларымыз мұнымен бітпейді. Біздің қызметтерімізді пайдалана отырып, сіз 30%-ға деген кэшбэк аласыз. Ал енді десертке көшейік. Біз жаңа Freedom валютасында әзірледік. Оның арқасында сіз Freedom Holding акцияларына байланған кэшбэк аласыз. Сондықтан сіздің кэшбэгіңіз бізбен бірге өседі. Тартымды естіледі. Солай ма? Freedom экожүйесі. Барлық нәрсе бір кликте.
Помните, что мы, как Юлий Цезарь, можем делать несколько вещей одновременно, только намного больше. И для вашего удобства теперь наши услуги есть в новом приложении Freedom Super App. Супер, правда? Также в скором времени в доступе будут и другие наши сервисы. Подождите, это еще не все сюрпризы. Пользуясь нашими услугами, вы получаете до 30% кэшбэка. А теперь перейдем к десерту. Мы также разработали новую валюту Freedom, благодаря которой вы получаете кэшбэк, привязанный к акциям Freedom Holding. И поэтому ваш кэшбэк растет вместе с нами. Звучит заманчиво, да? Экосистема Freedom. Все, что нужно в одном клике.
ITS is an international hub of liquidity and opportunities. Made in Kazakhstan, growing stronger with AIFC. The market has practically absolute liquidity, which enables any investment or speculative strategies to be implemented. ITS's infrastructure includes its own central depository and central counterparty. The availability of thousands of ITS investment instruments provides opportunities to diversify investments. An extended trading session allows investors to act upon financial news when other markets are closed. We operate in accordance with the AIFC rules, providing our clients with transparency and reliability. ITS has the largest turnover among the stock exchanges in Kazakhstan. ITS indexes grow along with global indexes. Be inspired, invest and lead with ITS.
ERG, Қазақстандағы тау-кен металлургия кешенінің 3-тен бірі. Біз Қазақстандағы жалғыз жоғары маркалы алюминий өндірушіміз. ERG, феррохром өндірісіндегі әлемдік көшбасшы. ERG, орталық Азиядағы ірі темір жол операторы. Біз Қазақстандағы электр энергиясын жеткізуші негізгі компаниялардың біріміз. Бұл Еуразиядағы ірі темір рудасын жеткізуші. ERG, Қазақстандағы кәсіпорындарды дамыту мен жаңғыртуға $14 миллиард астам инвестиция құйды. ERG әлеуметтік жобаларға $1 миллиард астам қаражат бағыттаған. ERG 60 мыңнан астам адамды жұмыспен қамтып отыр. ERG 30 жыл ішінде Қазақстан бюджетіне $3,5 триллион астам салық аударымдары және елдің жалпы ішкі өнімнің 2,5% астамы. Eurasian Resources Group өзіміз айналысатын істе үздік болу, өз құндылықтарымызға адал бола отырып, әлеммен бірге даму, жер мен адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты аша отырып, бізге сенім артқандардың гүлденуін қамтамасыз ету.
Уважаемые участники, панельная дискуссия Табаду Роуд-шоу скоро начнется. Просим вас занимать свои места. Құрметті қатысушылар, Табаду Роуд-шоу панельдік пікірталасы басталуда. Өз орындарыңызды алуыңызды сұраймыз. Dear participants, Табаду Roadshow panel discussion will begin. Please take your seats.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Есіңізде ме? Біз Юлий Цезарь сияқты бір уақытта бірнеше істі жасай аламыз. Бірақ
Сәлеметсіздер ме, құрметті ханымдар?
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen.
All to the Tabadul Roadshow session here in Astana, as part of Astana Finance Days 2025. I am Nazgul Alibayeva from Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange, and I'm honored to open this opening event. Today marks a special occasion. This is the first Tabadul Roadshow session co-hosted by ADX and Astana International Exchange. It is an important moment for our institutions and also for me personally, as being someone from Kazakhstan. To be part of this initiative right here in Astana is truly valuable. This session is more than a meeting of markets. It's a bridge between ideas, regions, and opportunities. Through Tabadul, we aim to foster cross-border investment, enhance market liquidity, and create new pathways for foreign investors to engage in our growing ecosystem. Over the next hour, you will hear from leading ADX and AIX brokers, market makers, and ETF issuers. They will share insights into market trends, investment opportunities, and the role of market infrastructure in shaping resilient and dynamic capital markets. Once again, thank you for being here. Let's make this session a strong step forward financial integration. Now, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Sakhr Aslan, Chief Operations Officer at ADX, and Ms. Ruda Al-Haj, Tabadul Lead, who will present on market opportunities at ADX.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of all, it's a privilege. I'm very excited to be here again. This is my third trip to Kazakhstan. This is my second time in Astana, and every time we are here, to be honest, we see something new. It's so welcoming, the warmth of the people, and
a very nice local foods yesterday. So with that, I will switch back to our presentation, and shared with my colleague, Rhoda, we will aim to present two things. It's a roadshow, so it's not only about telling you what's happening in Tabadul. The first 5-6 minutes, I will try to focus about telling you about ADX, about Abu Dhabi Securities Exchange. And the reason and the driver for that, you can build accessibility, you can create connectivity, and then investors' questions, where to invest. I want to know more about the market. So the focus in the first part is ADX. So for many people who don't know, ADX started 25 years ago. Actually, in 2 months, we will celebrate our 25th anniversary in ADX. We started as an equities powerhouse, so trading shares. But it's not, today, we are not only equities. We have a diversified product range. We will talk a bit later about our ETFs market, in which we are very proud of. We have derivatives, specifically futures, single stocks, and index futures. We have warrants. And our market structures, of course, evolved over time. So it's not only retail institutions, we have the market makers, liquidity providers that provide liquidities, provide order book resiliency. And today as well, there is a section there that we will be talking about market makers and liquidity providers. You can see connecting markets and bridging gaps and working with others and partnering with others sits in the core of what we do as well. So you can see Tabadul right there. We have already 9 markets, and we will focus a bit later about what we are doing in Tabadul. It's not only the products, etc., talking about the listed firms. I will not hijack or front-run our brokers and session. Therefore, I will try to keep it very quick here. We have listed firms, of course, many names, and I'll try to link it here. Yesterday, coming in, we are staying in Abu Dhabi Plaza complex. So Abu Dhabi Plaza was the developer of that complex is Aldar, which is listed firms in ADX. So for people, the first thing you want to create relevance, I want to know the company. I would say that's one of the companies that's very familiar to home. And yesterday actually was one of the things where we say it's Abu Dhabi Plaza. We've done very quick research. So Adar, our listed firm, is the one who is the developer of Abu Dhabi Plaza. Another company, which is, it's actually the banner and the name sits right there in the same building, it's Preside. Preside do run business in Kazakhstan. That's another listed firms. They are focused in AI, in technology. There's many projects, including 2025, it's announced about the smart city, for example, start of the project, and many others. We've heard today from the ADCB Kazakhstan, like CEO earlier in the panel, that's another listed firms. I will not go too much, but ADX has many different segments. So we have the finance, we have technologies, we have the gas and energy, etc. I will stick there, Mr. Abdelhadi, so I will leave many of that for you guys to talk later in the panel. Another important thing, of course, we've talked about the data vendors, and our data is available with many data vendors, many of our trading members, including one of the big names, international big names. A few numbers to keep in mind. From a market cap, and this is as of end of 2024, of course, so that's where all the stats coming from. We are ranked in the top 20 markets worldwide from a market capitalization, 3.09 trillions. Our daily traded value, we are in the top 30 globally. It's around, on average, 1.46 billion. Again, traded volumes is there. We are very proud of our investors base, and please keep this number in your mind, 1.1 million, 1.19, it's 1.2 million investors, because we will relate to that when we talk about Tabadul and the number of investors in Tabadul. Now, foreign investors' participation, and I have a more detailed slide about that in a sec, which is this one. Yep. How much of we've talked about 1.2 million investors, 47% of that are foreign investors. We have more than 200 nationalities, and again, very proud when through Tabadul we have many of Kazakhstan investors investing in ADX and in our listed firms. Now, the growth, it's very important, and the story of growth is something we will talk about more and more in a minute. And this is as of June 2025, so these are actual. So the number of investors growth this year from the beginning of 2025 until June is 28,000. 42% of these are, again, of the new investors are foreigners. That's from the number of investors. If we think about the traded value, we have a very wide distributions of international investors trading on ADX. If I go back in the story, how are we doing from a performance perspective? And again, please keep this in mind because the first graph on top talking about ADX index. Yep, so this is ADX index, the one in blue, and thinking if you start your investment 10 years ago, how we performed compared to the others, yeah, and here we are comparing to the regional, to our neighbors, etc. And you can see we are outperforming the MSCI emerging market. Now, I will not go through all the numbers, but in the storytelling in this one, and the most important part, ADX provides to its investors a very diversified and good opportunity for you to come into the market and invest in that market. And Tabadul provide the access to that market. From AIX, from Kasay, from Kazakhstan. So the last one I wanted to touch base on is the IPO market. Again, keep that in mind because through Tabadul, we will talk about some capabilities where you can participate in this. So ADX, when it comes to the IPO, and this is year to year, we've been ranked year to year in the top 10 exchanges in the world. Actually, in 2024, we came number 8 in the IPOs market. And that is the table in the middle. And if you look into the beginning, here is the top 20 firms went to IPOs from estimate proceeds perspective. Now, with that in mind, I would like to hand over to my colleague, Rhoda, who will talk about Tabadul.
Thank you, Sagar. Tabadul is a regional financial powerhouse. We have more than 9 exchanges. 6 of them are live and actively trading, while 3 are on membership onboarding process. We have more than 1 trillion as a market cap. We have more than 660 listed firms collectively. We have 6.7 million investors and more than 17 trading members across different exchanges.
Rhoda, these numbers are the key things that we are always proud of Tabadul. Every time a new partner, a new exchange joins the network, adds to the strengths of the total network. So the questions that I hear a lot, and that maybe at least there's a couple of people asked me while we were walking and talking earlier today, trading values, how the trading values look like.
Well, Sagar, numbers speaks for themselves. And from year to year, you can see we have 60 multiples in trading value growth and 42 multiples in volume growth. That's a year-to-year comparison. While we have an exponential growth from quarter to quarter basis. So you can see the numbers are increasingly not only year to year, but also quarter to quarter.
If you are in the business of startups or starting new financial projects, and somebody tells you you have double digits quarter to quarter or 60 or 40 multiples growth year to year, like stuff like these things, I think the valuation of these projects usually changes significantly. The absolute number sometimes, of course, it's in the world of financial market, Tabadul is still an infant. So the absolute number itself it's not the most critical figure because again, I get this question all the time. It's the growth, the continuous growth we see of and interest in Tabadul quarter to quarter and year to year. So, Rhoda, we've talked about the numbers. What else you can tell us about Tabadul?
Well, we've launched IPO feature, and when launching the IPO feature, we've noticed a huge interest from foreign investors. Not only that, we have also activated our market maker services on Muscat Stock Exchange, and we have successfully onboarded 3 members. Onto that, we have additional 2 new exchanges have joined Tabadul last year.
So, if I go back to the IPOs, because we talked about, for example, ADX IPOs, but it's not only ADX. Like, we are very closely working with AIX, with Muscat, and other exchanges to make all these IPOs available on the network. And when we, like, I think the first one, like when we've talked about AD&H Catering, and we have the High Lake Finance there, for example, one of the names, the IPO features went live. The activation of that IPO coming from investors in Kazakhstan happened in, I would say, within the first few weeks. So that is, again, another signal of a strong ties between investors and relationships of these 2 countries. With that, Rhoda, thank you very much. And this is our introduction.
Thank you.
We would like to pass back to our colleague Nazgul, which will take you through what's happening next.
Thank you, dear colleagues, for the presentation. Now we are moving to session 1, Brokers Insights. I'm pleased to invite to the stage the moderator of the session, Mr. Saud Al-Noaimi from Tabadul, and our distinguished speakers, Mr. Abdel Hadi Al-Saadi, Chief Executive Officer of BHM Capital, Mr. Ala Al-Zawbi, Senior Vice President, Head of High Net Worth and Retail Equities Brokerage at Al-Rams Capital, and Mr. Mikhail Novoselov, Executive Director at Freedom Finance.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saud Al-Naimi. I am Senior Analyst at Tabadul. I am honored to be the moderator of this session, joined by our distinguished experts. We'll start the session with Mr. Abdel Hadi. Mr. Abdel Hadi, from your point of view, could you please provide us with an economic and financial market overview and opportunities of Abu Dhabi?
Thank you. We have prepared the presentation. The first couple of slides, these are like more of a generic, sorry? Yeah. So these are more generic figures that you can, I mean, these are public, you can Google them, you can get them from ChatGPT, but these are the actual facts about the economy of the UAE and the overall economy of Abu Dhabi. The important part here that to focus is the non-oil sector. They have, you know, it consists approximately 56% of the total GDP for Abu Dhabi. In the last 5 years, the non-oil foreign trade doubled in UAE. And I think the most important factor here is to look at how did we reach there. Abu Dhabi is well known as very stable, resilience, and the foreign wise policy of Abu Dhabi and the foreign relationships of UAE, it managed to put like a balance and to cause like, you know, it's more of a stable and an investment oasis attracting foreign investments towards the region. And having said that, I would like to focus more on the last couple of slides where we have more of an insight. Okay, now here, I think most of these numbers, Mr. Safar, thankfully already, he covered like about the ADX, the market capitalization and the growth and so on and so forth. So, but I would like to highlight here is the IPO and the opportunities that we have in Abu Dhabi. It's not far away. I recall that when we reached the 1 trillion dirhams, the market cap, it was a celebration. And there was like rumors and people talking within like UAE that the market cap of Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange will reach to $1 trillion US. I believe we are almost there with these figures, and with the coming couple of conglomerates, let's say Emirates, Etihad Airlines and the 2.0, These two conglomerates, I think we will achieve that figure, and that's outstanding. Like, you know, from going back like 3 or 4 years back to where we are now, this is it's a remarkable growth. For investors, and if we will talk about how the investors will look at the opportunities for investors in Kazakhstan, this slide in specific shows that we still, till this moment, we have approximately 42 companies, listed companies that are trading below their price to book value. You have 44 companies trading below multiple of 10 price to earning, and you still have companies, 43 listed company trading, paying dividend yield of 5% and above. This is a huge opportunity for investors, and we believe that given the current circumstances, as everyone, I believe, heard about the positioning of UAE in terms of AI and the tie-ups with NVIDIA and the tie-ups with Microsoft and so on and so forth, there is a huge opportunity for a mutual collaboration. Thank you.
We'll move to Mr. Ala. Mr. Ala, speaking of market opportunity, please share with us, share your insights into the listed companies and which sectors in the UAE are currently most attractive for long-term investors.
Thank you, Saud. On behalf of Rams Capital, I would like to thank Astana International Financial Center and Astana International Exchange for hosting us at Astana Finance Day 2025. As Mr. Sagar briefed, we have in UAE maybe more than 200 listed instruments in the financial markets. These 200 securities distributed across approximately 20 economic sectors. And these sectors, most of these sectors represent a very attractive investment opportunities for the long-term investor specifically. This diversification creates a value for the clients, enable them to build a well portfolio that balance between the income generation and the capital appreciation potential. If we want to talk about the most and the common sectors which is preferred by the long-term investors, we can choose the most important, which is, let's say, 5 to 6 sectors among. And these sectors backed and supported by, let's say, attractiveness to the clients, because they are very generous in cash dividends, they are very strong fundamentally, and they are potential growth in the future. So if we talk about the energy and the utilities, we have examples of the listed companies like ADNOC Gas and Taqa and Diwa, which represent the most utilities sector. And they are very steady, they give a very generous dividend, and they are supported by the government. This enables them to maintain their sustainability and their potential growth in the future. The second sector may be the financial sector and the banking sector. We have examples like Abu Dhabi, First Abu Dhabi Bank and Emirates MBD and I think Dubai Islamic Bank. These 3 banks give a fixed, generous dividend every year. They are fundamentally very strong, and they are governed and they are compliant with all the international standards. If we talk about the technology and the AI sector, we have International Holding Company, and Ittisalat, which is the telecommunication sector, and the third one is Group 42, which represent the modern technology and the AI principles. If we talk about the real estate sector, which is the most important, and all the investors think about it after the banking sector. The real estate, we have 2 companies which represent the property development in UAE in general, AMR and Addar. These two companies represent the majority of the real estate sector in UAE. They have very, very strong potential growth because of the population increase every year. They have the geographical distribution and participation available, and they have also the dividend distribution. Then we'll talk about the healthcare and the logistics sector. If you talk about the healthcare, and previously in the past it was not represented in the financial market. Recently we witnessed 2 to 3 companies specifically specialized in the healthcare sector. These are partnered with the government. They are supported and they are growing very fast. Logistics sector also, it's very important in UAE. We have in UAE AD Ports, which is Abu Dhabi Ports, which is considered one of the top players internationally from the logistics service providers. And all these companies have very strong advantages, potential growth, dividend distribution policy, which is stable, and the third one is the government support for all these sectors. On top of that, if we will talk about the board members and the executive management of these listed companies, they uphold the highest standards and the governance strategies. And they ensure the compliance with the applicable rules and regulation in the country. All these aspects considered the backbone of any investment, long-term investor to choose the investment for him.
We'll move to Mr. Mikhail from Freedom Finance. Mr. Mikhail, how do you see cross-border trading through Tabadal benefiting investors? Could you please also share some figures and numbers of your client investment behaviors and preference while using Tabadal?
Certainly. I mean, thanks for having me, and it's a great pleasure to be joining everyone here today in Astana. And let me start by saying that I truly believe that Tabadal is a unique project in its own right, a unique concept. And I do not mean it lightly, like a random accolade or a pleasantry, because I really struggle to find anything quite like it anywhere in the world. Of course, there is like Hong Kong Stock Connect, but it's very restrictive. It only has 3 exchanges, mostly serves like Chinese internal interests and so on. So essentially, Tabadal is a very unique thing. And you know, for a lay person, for a retail investor, international investing is often a huge pain. What I mean by that, especially if you want to invest beyond the usual setup of America, Europe, or Hong Kong. Like if you want to enter some other market, it's a huge pain. Because, first of all, wire transfers are painful. Dealing with correspondent banks is awful. Going through all the KYC hurdles, awful. And we can go on and on and on, like tax implications. Also not very pleasant, especially when we're dealing with cross-border stuff. And that's why Tabadal is so great. When you can trade international stuff on many exchanges through your domestic broker without having to worry about anything, it's just huge. And that's why I believe this simplicity and the freedom that Tabadal provides is second to none. However, moving on to your second question, I do not think that all these cool features of Tabadal I just listed are appreciated enough by investors. Because you see, I checked the stats, and well, let me say the following. I have good news and bad news, as it always goes. No ugly news today. So the good news is, Tabadal works, and it works as intended. Our clients do trade on it, and seem to enjoy it quite a bit. The bad news, though, is that the total volume of securities traded in UAE dirhams is around 200,000. Yeah, I know. It's around $50,000, and that's the volume. We are not counting AIX, just Kazakhstani investors trading on ADX. And to quote the one and only Matthew McConaughey's character from The Wolf of Wall Street, these are rookie numbers in this business, and we got to pump these numbers up. So, but that's exactly what they are. They are rookie numbers, and in the Army vernacular, a rookie is a first-year cadet, right? And you never expect a first-year cadet to be able to command an army, to write a strategic treatise or something. Our Tabadol, and I'm saying our because it's a thing that we created together, is essentially just a baby, a one-year-old baby, right? And we don't, once again, we do not expect a baby to be able to run a marathon or solve a differential equation, right? We expect a baby to crawl and say mama and all, and it does that. And the cool thing that babies have is the potential, because the baby can grow into anyone he wants and anyone he can. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. Despite fairly low volumes, very low volumes, I see tremendous potential if we can deliver the most important things to our clients, to our investors, such as visibility, such as trust. And that's exactly why the things that we're holding right now, road shows like that, are extremely important. Because without visibility, without relevance, it won't work. Our baby will not grow. And we all really want it to grow.
Mr. Ala, from a RAM's perspective, what is the broker role in facilitating investor attraction and engagement in the UAE market?
From the broker perspective or from a RAM's perspective in general, the first role, the broker should understand the investor's needs. Then, when you understand what the investor needs, you can build or tailor it what product or service you can provide him. You should know what's the time frame, what's the amount you want to invest, which sectors he prefer, what risk appetite he have. So all these things under the understanding of the client or the investor. Then you can start give him the advice, you can give him the support like strategic planning for the portfolio, give him the insight about the sectors, what's the profitable or what's the best in each sector. So these topics understanding the client's need. This is number one. The second one, I think the broker or any business in general should maintain a sustainable and long-term enhancement of the relationship. You should keep him up to date. You should keep your softwares and applications up to date. Give him the accessibility. Give him the easy of use for your applications. All these things what the investor looking for from the broker side. Then there is one point also, you can call it social participation, which is the education. Educating the clients with the market information and the data is part of our job. A lot of investors looking for an investment, but they don't know how to choose it. They don't know how to distribute their investment. So educating the clients, give him the information, give him the data. This is also a very important point. Above and all, your trust with your client is very important. Trust and compliance and respecting the rules and regulation in all exchanges in general, this will give the investor a rest. He can invest with you peacefully. He cannot worry or there is no risk at his money or his investment, especially if he is a long-term investor. The market access and the multiple exchange also, this is a crucial point for them. Long-term investors, especially the institutional investors or the high net worth investors, they are looking in so many geographical distribution. If you give them this access in one application, one access point, this will be very nice for them. In RAMS, we call it digital shopping mall. He can go inside the application or the website. He can choose the service he wants. He can choose the geographic or the exchange he wants to invest. These components, the investors are looking mainly. And we, from our experience, we understood that all these points are very important for him to keep him with you. That's it.
Mr. Abdul Hadi, a common issue investors have is limited visibility and market access of available instruments. What is your thought on this challenge, and what solution you have recommend to improve it?
Well, this is a very important challenge, and as rightly mentioned, for any investor to go and do investments, especially now we're talking about Tabadul, we're talking about someone who's living somewhere used to certain equities who wants to invest elsewhere, and that sort of ambiguity, that fear of entering into a new market, this is something that we need to break, and the best thing to do about that is transparency. The more transparent we are, the better it is. It's very well known that investors, whether retail or internationals, if they want to do investments, they need to feel secured, as my colleague here mentioned. They need to have full access to data, and I believe ADX in the past few years, they've done a tremendous job of openness, allowing access, digital access to all data available, digital IPO, digital onboarding of clients, and so on and so forth, adapting so much technology, AI, and having said that, this is already translated into actual figures. From what we saw, there is a consistent, tremendous growth year over year in number of accounts and number of foreign investments flowing to the country. So basically, the best thing to do always is to focus on the corporate governance part of the listed companies, and this is done by the regulator as well as the market, in addition to the transparency. And I believe ADX, they've done a tremendous job, but still more to come, as now everyone knows AI became the word, and this is the main topic worldwide. And I believe Mr. Abdullah, and he's one of the guys I know that has been the vision about the AI and adopting technology. It's been there since I knew him. We've been talking about that.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Hadi. Mr. Mikhail, what challenges have your company encountered in relation to the Tabadul project? And what potential solutions or approaches do you see for overcoming them?
All right. I believe Mr. Al-Zubi has already highlighted the importance of trust in building the relationship between the broker and the client. And I do believe that it's exactly the main issue that we encountered when starting with Tabadul. What I mean by that is when you offer a new product to a client, for this product to be just transparent, just open, is not enough. You got to be like 120% transparent if it makes any physical sense, right? Because even right now, ADX, I believe, is perceived as something virtual, not quite there. Take AIX, for example. There's a huge building in central Astana. You can go there, you can see the people and all. The same thing is true of, say, American exchanges. Obviously, you can see all the workings, all the gears shifting and all, but you know that Wall Street exists, there's a statue of the bull and all that. You kind of trust that because there is a physical location that you can be certain of. And that's why I believe the first thing that we got to do to increase investor interest in Tabadul is to speak more about the inner workings of everything, how depositories work, where do we store, where do we keep and safeguard clients' assets and all. I mean, we know they're safeguarded, but the clients really don't. So we got to be very, very open and precise about it, about every single minute detail of where their money goes. Because obviously clients might be afraid that their money will go to somewhere in the Middle East and disappear, and we do not want that. Second thing, equally important, I believe, is visibility. And visibility in the broad sense, it's not just about listed companies or the instruments themselves. It's about the whole economic situation and all. Because right now, I mean, the clients can find the instruments listed on ADX, but very often just finding them is not enough, right? You've got to know the context, you've got to know what the company does, how it operates, and if you are very intimately familiar with that, it's much easier. Because you see, even though our trading volume is rather low, the most popular companies are Presside AI and Abu Dhabi Commercial Bank. Why so? Because they're present in Kazakhstan. Presside has an office in Astana, and ADCB is located in central Almaty once again. People know them, and they buy them. That's always the case even with American companies. People buy what they know. And unless we tell them, hey, look, it's a cool thing, you might be familiar with that, perhaps through a proxy, through a product, through something, they won't buy it. Because obviously they're cautious, and we cannot blame them for being cautious. People want to earn more and avoid risks. So that's the two aspects that are key and that we are not enough right now and that we should be doing. That's building trust through showing the inner workings of everything, and it's building visibility for what we have on the market, how to get it, and how it relates to the economy and the needs of people as a whole.
Thank you, everybody. We'll hand it to Nazgul.
Thank you, esteemed speakers, for valuable insights. We now proceed to session 2, ETF Issuer and Market Maker Insights. Photo. Sure. Thank you. We now proceed to session 2, ETF Issuer and Market Maker Insights. I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Sharif Salem, partner and head of public markets at Lunate, and Mr. Sakar Aslan, chief operations officer at ADX.
Good afternoon again. I'm very pleased to be here again, but this time in a different capacity. So it's a fireside chat. And again, very excited to have Mr. Sharif with me. He is the expert in the ETFs. At least this is where everything I have questions of. I keep coming back to Mr. Sharif. If you noticed, when I was presenting about ADX, I told you, keep the index in mind. Yeah? So see the growth of the index. And we keep getting these questions in the previous panel. I don't know what to buy. Investors want to trade AIX, or investors from Kazakhstan want to trade in ADX. The first thing they ask, which share? Yeah? I don't know these shares. And then I think I will hand over to Mr. Sharif because I think he has the solution for this.
Thank you for that segue, because that's perfect. I was just thinking when I saw the performance that you had put up of ADX, that the perfect way to get that exact performance is to invest in an ETF. ETFs are a perfect, simple, and easy and cost-effective way to get exposure across many different stocks with one trade. And the ETFs that we'll talk about today, a lot of them give access across global markets, across different asset classes, and now most recently with the launch of our latest, give also access to a theme where if you have no idea about anything about it or anything about companies that benefit from it or are driving it, ETFs are a perfect way to, with one trade, get exposure to everything.
So if I want to be investing in ADX index, so just to track that interesting performance, what is the ETF that I should buy. And maybe with that, maybe some people in the room, how much they are exposed to what is an ETF. I will put the hat of the questions I'm getting sometimes.
Yeah, so exchange-traded funds are very simple in the fact that they provide, it's a basket of securities, so anywhere between 30 and there are some ETFs that have 5,000 securities within them. And it enables an investor to invest in all of those stocks with just one trade. Not only is it fast and simple, it's also cost effective, and it helps you diversify your risk, because with one ETF you get exposure to, in ETFs that we manage, 30 stocks, but up to 50 and 60 stocks. So the risk is distributed across everything. But just to give perhaps a brief background on the exchange-traded funds that are listed on ADX and that are accessible through Tabadul. So we launched our first ETF in July 2020. It was a UAE Sharia ETF. We have two share classes. One that gives income is the distributing share class. Another one is an accumulating share class. We followed that up with a conventional UAE UCITS ETF, again with an accumulating and a distributing. And then I think in 2022 we launched the CHADEX 15 ETF, which ADX has the FTSE ADX 15, which is the top 15 biggest and most liquid stocks listed on ADX. The CHADEX 15 replicates that index. So in fact, if you want quick exposure, quick, fast exposure to the UAE, whether it be Sharia compliant, conventional, or specific to ADX, then it's through those three ETFs. And the beauty of it is it's not about getting exposure to an index. At the end of the day, a stock market is representative, or is supposed to be representative and reflective of the economy. And so by buying the ETF, by buying a UAE ETF, by buying an ADX ETF, you're buying the economy, you're buying the drivers of that economy. And if you believe in the UAE economy, if you believe in Abu Dhabi economy and its growth, then that is a reflection, because you've got real estate, you've got oil and gas, you've got telecom, you've got banking, all within one trade.
So I will, if I can hold you there for a second. You mentioned multiple different type of ETFs, and how I can link that to dividends. So some investors would like to buy a share because they are interested with a high dividend. Like the word dividend, does that exist in the ETF world? Because I think you mentioned different types there. If you can highlight a bit more there.
Yeah, it does. But the dividend that any ETF, that an index tracking ETF distributes, will be dependent on the constituents of that index or that ETF. So the dividend is just reflective of the market. In the UAE, dividends are quite high. So our UAE Sharia and our UAE UCITS ETFs, last 12 months it was around 3.5% dividend yield. Again, it's reflective of the companies underlying. A lot of the companies, some of them are in growth phase, so may not be so. In terms of dividend, they don't pay as much as some of the bigger companies. So in a combined or as an aggregate, 3.5 is representative of the market. And sorry, just to add, and all our other ETFs are also dividend paying, but again reflective of the underlying So you'll see, for example, Pakistan actually is one of the interesting ones. Pakistan has done tremendously when we have an ETF on Pakistan. That's done tremendously well since it's launched. And that also has a dividend yield of about 4%. And it's returned, so on an annual basis, Pakistan in dollar terms on an annual basis has returned 41% annualized since we launched it in 2023. So that has been a surprising performance. But yeah, so we do distribute.
Speaking on surprises, yesterday we were like having a walk around AD Plaza. And while we are doing that, my colleagues and I, including our manager, we were looking, and there was this post about the ETF's performance in ADX. And even we live in that market, but when you don't look into the numbers over a longer period of time, I was pleasantly surprised. If I was an investor in these ETFs, which I am, to be honest with you, because that's a product we are allowed to trade. It's a basket. It was very strong performance in the ETFs issued in ADX. Yeah. So can you share some light?
Yeah, because actually it's not fair since I mentioned Pakistan, 41% annualized. So interestingly, we launched our first ETF July 2020, COVID. We launched it. People thought we were crazy that we were launching an ETF at that time. As it turned out, it was near the bottom of the market. It was just before the market started to turn around. So that on an annualized basis, since we launched it, it's been doing 20% on annualized. The UAE UCITS, which was launched at the beginning of 2021, that's done 14.5 annualized basis. And that's outside, so that's a price performance. That's not taking into account the dividend that you would have also been paid at the time. So definitely the UAE has been one of the top performers in terms of stock markets over the past period.
I'll switch gears a bit, talking about diversification. So different type of ETFs, exposing the investor to different type of economies. You guys were super successful doing different ETFs, focusing on different countries and even different asset classes like fixed income. Please let us take us through the journey.
Yeah, so the strategy, if you look at it, it was planned this way. So when we first launched, the main idea was to give investors exposure to their own local market, investors that did not know what to invest in. So you launch an ETF that gives you broad-based exposure, Sharia compliant, conventional. Then we wanted, a lot of UAE investors are interested in Saudi, but it's very difficult to open accounts, etc. And so we launched Saudi, we launched Kuwait, again, the biggest markets in our region. The global, everyone's interested in the US. US came next. The big emerging markets, China, India, Turkey, Pakistan, and they're all Sharia compliant, which again is different because I think you haven't had in the past ETF issuers in the Middle East. So I don't think Sharia was something that a lot of managers put importance to, but we realize our investors do. And so we've ended up with the only Sharia specific country ETFs in the world. So there is no other India Sharia ETF listed outside India. There's a couple, I think, listed within India, but outside. Turkey, we're one of the few. China, we're one of the few. So that's actually played quite well. Once we had those covered, and then we in terms of the core countries, it was Germany, representative of Europe, Japan, representative of Asia. Then we took the next step of introducing fixed income. And then we did the UAE. So if you want exposure to just the UAE corporate and sovereign bonds. You can get it through the Bond Day ETF, which gives it, and that one is coupon is somewhere in the 4.4, 4.3. Obviously, will come down. It tracks the U.S. a lot, the performance of that or the yield on that. But that has done well. We followed that with a global sukuk to give exposure to for Sharia compliant investors, and then to give the full range. So we had the long end, we wanted the short end, so we did the U.S. Treasuries under a year. U.S. Treasuries also around 4% now, a little over 4%. And then most recently now, going into the thematics with the launch of quantum computing.
So two things there, like we will hold to the thematic towards the end because that's super exciting, especially with earlier comments today. But I think echoing from previous panel, and I'm here echoing the panelists saying, if you don't know where to buy, you need to diversify and looking into different economies. So I get this question. So if I buy Germany's ETF, just as an example, listed on ADX, and from an accessibility perspective, if you like, we have multiple Kazakhstani brokers member on ADX, like Freedom, Heilig, and the others. Yeah, if you are a client of them, you can buy ADX ETFs. So if I go and click Germany's ETF, actually, what are the, if you can give us a couple of famous examples, links in people's head, what I'm actually buying?
Yeah.
Just as an example.
You're buying Deutsche Bank, Lufthansa, Adidas, name escapes me now, the famous, SAP. The car, and so you're buying those, and interestingly enough, you know, it's sometimes we look at that also from a saleability point of view. Sometimes we've, for example, looked at launching. We actually looked at launching Sharia Japan, Sharia Germany, Sharia Japan. But what happens when you put in the Sharia filter is a lot of these companies, the more famous companies, because highly indebted and so forth, so a lot of them get dropped out, and so we end up going with the conventional.
But this is actually, when you mentioned that the other day, it clicked in my mind, because, okay, I know Adidas, I know these companies. Now, instead of buying each one by itself, quite costly, maybe I just buy the ETFs, because it gives me access to all this, the performance on all this. Equally, the US, you have something called US growth, I believe.
US growth and US value. So when we did when we were doing the US S&P, we realized that because we wanted it to be a dividend distributing ETF, we did the S&P and realized that if you just do S&P, you end up with all the tech names which don't pay out much in dividends. So we did two. We did the US growth, which is the S&P 500, and then US value, which is tracking an S&P dividends aristocrat. So it's companies that have continuously increased their dividends on an annual basis. So we had two versions where one, the value, you have the more traditional companies that have been around for decades that pay dividends, whereas the growth is much less in terms of dividend payments. But yeah, it's true. I mean, just to go back, I mean that's one of the beauties of ETF is, you know, you buy an ETF where you know maybe a handful of the companies and you want exposure. By buying the ETF, you get exposure to a company or two that you may have never have heard of, and they end up going up in value like crazy and bringing up the ETF. So it's a benefit of having this diversification that not only is it protecting you on the downside, but it can actually benefit you benefit you in the upside.
We can have this session
forever.
This can go forever. I have one more I think we've been hearing about the thematic ETF and the exposure to the quantum. Yeah, like earlier today in the opening, it was one of the eye captures. So anything you want to tell us about the new coming ETFs and ADX?
No, I mean, it's very exciting. It's, like I said, it's the next step after what we classify as core ETFs, the pure index plays, country plays, the pure fixed income play. Now it's themes, thematics, a sector, and an idea that's obviously in the headlines. It's in early stages. It's been quoted that you know, ChatGPT only came into being or came into people's knowledge in early 2020s, 21. It had actually been worked on since 2010. And actually the theory behind AI, I only learned this recently, but the theory behind AI started 60, 70 years ago. Quantum is not at the 60, but we're somewhere where it's still 5, 7, 10 years away from really taking off. And this is the best time. And the ETF is perfect because, especially with quantum, where you have companies that will make it and companies that will fold. By buying the ETF, you get exposure to all of them, and you hope that the ones that will make it will be the Googles, the Amazons, that have gone up in triple digits, that will make up for those small amount of companies, and it's the perfect way to get exposure to that whole theme through the ETF.
Like, again, to close it up, I think first ADX with partnership with Lunette, like we are the most active ETF markets in the GCC region. I think we have great partners, and it's an invitation for all of you guys. Please come and invest with our ETFs on ADX. It's via Tabadul. It was enabled in Tabadul, relatively new, based on the request from investors. So with that, I would like definitely to thank my esteemed guest, Mr. Sharif, flying all the way here to do this with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharif Salem. While Mr. Sakir remains on stage, I'm pleased to welcome Mr. Galen Moore, Head of Cash Equity and Derivative Market Making at BHM Capital.
I think fireside chat continues. This is our last session in Tabadul Roadshow, and I'm super pleased to have one of the professionals that we have a lot of discussions and arguments, me and Gallons on the phone, from trading control, trading rooms to market making. So with that, like, thank you very much, Galen.
Thank you for, you need to switch it on. No. Oh, thank you for inviting me, Saka. Very pleased to be here. As with the last session of today, I think we can have a ask me anything about market making, Saka. So it's up to you to...
Like, let's start with the simplest thing, liquidity. So when people talk market makers, they talk about liquidity. So I'll just start with a very open question. Tell us more about liquidity and market maker impacts into liquidity itself.
So liquidity means different things to different people. If you're an institution, you tend to look at your exit liquidity before your entry liquidity. If you're a hedge fund, you need liquidity to move, we call them fast money accounts. So they look at liquidity slightly differently. Retail obviously want liquidity to move in and out, and volatility. The index providers who are vital for the ADX, the MSCI, the FTSE, they need liquidity on individual stock bases to have shares which qualify for the index. And so at the heart of this liquidity, we tend to think of the market makers. So what we do as market makers, we push liquidity into the market by consistently providing bid and offer prices that these counterparties can trade on and trade against. And speaking to a point you made earlier, I worked with Mr. Abdullah Al-Naimi nearly 13 years ago now to start market making on the ADX. And to give some context to the growth we've seen, 13 years ago, if we did 30, 40 trades a day, this would be a busy day for a market maker. Now we can do up to 7,500 trades a day. And that speaks to another theme which has been important today, which is technology.
So you've talked about the number of trades, and you talked about, as a market maker, you put orders. You put the buy order and the sell order.
Yeah.
So if I'm an investor and I can see orders, because the worst thing for an investor is not seeing any orders that they can trade in, correct? So can you maybe tell us a bit more, like BHM is recognized as one of the largest group of our market makers. Like we are, again, proud in ADX. We have a healthy market structure in which market makers and LPs represents a good chunk of our daily traded value. So from your perspective, like first of all, how you see that market growth, how you see that your activity gives more reliability and trust in the market?
So we always have an obligation to the exchange to place a certain number of orders, bids and offers in the market. And so this obligation means that investors have the knowledge and the confidence that there is always a price to trade against. So it's important to remember as well as that we recycle this inventory regularly. And unlike a lot of other investors whose time frame is perhaps weeks, months, and even years in the case of a pension fund, you know, our holding period is microseconds to a couple of hours if we're, you know, if we've got a long-term position. So, you know, we recycle this stock in a very, very aggressive manner.
Very nice. Yeah, so there is different themes, like, or different, let's say, roles as a market maker you can do. Like in our world, we have a market maker, liquidity providers, stabilization agents. Can you give us more highlights on all these different roles?
Sure. So a market maker, I trade with Mr. Abdul Hadi's capital. So this is something which is risk money for BHM Capital that we put into the market. And we take positions and we manage risk based on certain internal parameters we have for how much risk we want to take. So as a market maker, we elect to be a market maker in certain stocks. And if you look at the liquidity profile of a market, and this goes to most markets, it's like an inverted pyramid. So the top 30% of liquidity, or 30% of stocks, get 70% of the liquidity. And so in a lot of cases, you have companies and issuers which want to see their stock more liquid. And they will approach us to act as a liquidity provider on their behalf on the exchange. And their motivation for doing this varies. They may want to get their liquidity and get their turnover to a point which they're accepted into an index. They may have a corporate action, or they may just feel that they want to be more represented with institutional investors who want to see their liquidity profile increase.
So on that one, so if I understand this right, or I've just tried to highlight it more, if there is already trading and liquidity, you can do market making, because that makes sense. You can create some value for the company as well.
Yes.
If the company is not liquid, and there is not much activity happening, there is a higher risk for you to trade that on your own.
Yeah. So the motivation, and this is very important, as a market maker, my primary objective is profit.
Of course.
That's the role of my role as a market maker. As a liquidity provider, the issuer has asked me to provide liquidity. And so my motivation isn't so much P&L, but you know, this is the issuer's money, so we've got a lot of responsibility towards that. But it's to push liquidity into the market. And that means making sure there's a narrow spread, making sure that there's always bid and offer prices.
And the relevance to this when we talk about tabadul is in markets with market makers, and there is liquidity, there is this concept of liquidity discount or liquidity premium, and as well, when you have a new IPOs and there is stabilization agent. Maybe we focus on the stabilization and we'll come back to the liquidity.
Yeah, so a stabilization agent, which we've done numerous times now on the ADX, is something which we act as a stabilization immediately after the IPO. So the day of the IPO, we act as a stabilization agent for 30 days. And our role there is to make sure that the volatility after the IPO is not egregious. So we want to ensure that there's bids below the IPO price to make sure that the IPO is a success. And that again is something which gives investors confidence in the IPO, knowing that there's a stabilization agent.
Back to the liquidity discount and or liquidity premium. I think when you have a company which is not having much liquidity and you go in there and you had an liquidity provider contract, what is like before and after look like? And we can be on average high level. I know some of these numbers we cannot share to the public, but
you know, we generally see a significant, and that's generally 1 to 1.5x the liquidity increase. So we can take very clearly, and you know anyone can do these statistics, the 3-month average before appointment of a liquidity provider, and the 3-month average after the appointment of a liquidity provider. So there's easily seen metrics on that, but we also measure the how much turnover we do as a liquidity provider as a percentage of the market turnover. And this statistic as well we can see is generally between 15 and 20%. So in all of our mandates we can be up to 20%. Anything more than that, we don't want to be, we still want that price discovery that the market needs without being too overbearing in the market.
So on that one, when you see liquidity, naturally there will be a price adjustment just to cater for price liquidity discount if there was no liquidity happening on the market. And that's sometimes, like say, misunderstood between, is that there is an effect on the price? Is it systematic? No, it's a if a security is liquid, investors may be at fear, they try to sell at a discount. With liquidity, you don't have to have that discount.
Exactly, and this is why an issuer will appoint a liquidity provider, because the more liquid a share is, the more visible it is, the more it's on institutional and retail's radar as something they can trade in, trade out. And then you get the arbitrage between two similar companies, one at a big liquidity discount, and you narrow that liquidity discount, and that's reflected in their multiples.
Perfect. With that one, just because I know Mr. Abdel Hadi, who is like the CEO of BHM, is we were having that chat outside, and if you allow me to invite you back again to the stage, if that is fine with you, Mr. Abdel Hadi, join us to have a question on the business side and the commercial side, whatever you like, maybe. And thank you for taking it again with me. Maybe a closing type of questions regarding, but this time it's not about the broker side, it's about the market making, the liquidity provision. Like from that we've talked it too much, but I want to, just because we had that chat, and I'm bringing you to the hot seat from a business side, the value. Now Tabadul do allow market making and their services added to the platform, remote market making. Our market makers are operating in different exchanges. Other market makers can come to ADX, but from your perspective, the business value, having this remote market making, having this remote liquidity provision via Tabadul, but the business value that we bring to the investors and issuers.
Okay. Now, let's transparently.
Of course it's transparent. It's a fireside chat. It's a hot seat.
Yeah. Now, basically, for market maker to be able to make money, the market itself should be liquid. A market maker to be active on an inactive and non-liquid market, in principle, that does not financially...
It has a huge risk.
Yeah, he can be screwed. Without going through details, I believe the key point here, you need to be a market maker to be appointed as a liquidity provider. If you are appointed as a liquidity provider in those, let's say, relatively illiquid markets, there are plenty of fundamentally strong companies that you can pitch and you can discuss with and to be appointed as a liquidity provider. Each of those companies, in principle, we've done a research and we found that there's a lot of companies that they're paying 10, 11, 12% and they are fundamentally sound within the region, within Tabadul. So if you go and talk to the management, there is like, part of it is an education. The management, and I think we spoke about this, like plenty of share, let's say owners or let's say CEOs of companies, they still believe that how much am I gonna pay dividend towards the year end? So they are not that much concerned about the liquidity of the company, and this is like ages ago, it's ended. There is an education part whereby the markets, along with the liquidity providers, they need to speak, or you can reach out to the shareholders of the company to speak about the capital gain and the fair value of the share rather than distributing cash. It can actually save some money for the company. Instead of doing that cash dividends, is to appoint a liquidity provider to reflect fairly where the share price should be, and the management, good job of managing those companies. So LP will drive liquidity, then you will have market makers coming because there will be liquidity there.
And in previous experience, without going into the details, like a company is getting an issuer getting benefits by having the liquidity because that supported them to be included in international indices. Like any insights on that one?
Yeah, well, alhamdulillah, we've been successful, very successful. We have track record with that. I mean, this is like, I'll give a very simple example from the company, which is like, let's say it's like, instead of being just in the local market, to go and get included in the MSCI small cap or the FTSE small cap. It's like a football club from local league into the Champions League. It's a huge difference. And this is the type of, you need to have those passive funds coming, and you need, like every company, all the shareholders there, the major shareholders would always love to see passive funds, those sort of investments from foreigners that will invest and stay. So once you succeed to get into the MSCI, let's say, or the FTSE standard index or the small cap, despite of you will get a passive flow, and that will reflect positively, A, visibility from the foreigners, B, liquidity, C, capital gain overall for all investors.
Amazing.
It's worth pointing out as well that a lot of institutions won't look at or won't analyze a company or consider an investment into that company unless they're represented into the MSCI or FTSE indices.
And on that one, when analysts pick companies to do analysis on, I think one of the criteria is
exactly
looking into their liquidity.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah. So
Okay.
the liquidity profile is essential for an institution. And this is another thing that the liquidity provider does. It doesn't just provide bid and offer prices, it provides depth in the order book as well. And so the deeper an order book, the better the liquidity metrics. Generally, the narrower the bid offer spread. And all these things feed into how an institution looks at their exit liquidity before their entry liquidity.
Two last one for you, applying technology. I don't think you are doing this manually, putting all this orders.
No.
So if you quickly in 1 minute wrap
Sure.
up on your side,
Yeah.
technology side, let us know how that
So
works.
the technology is, we consider ourselves as much a technology business as a trading business. We send, we might trade 7,000 times, we probably send over 80,000 orders to the market.
I want to quote that, 80,000 orders, correct?
Yeah.
That's not manual.
No. And so we invest an awful lot in technology. Latency, something which has gone from being measured in minutes to microseconds over the last 10 years. And it's something we're always striving to stay ahead of everybody else in.
Electronic trading by institutions is 70% of all the institutional flow.
Yeah.
So technology, again.
Fair enough. And Mr. Abdel Hadi, your wrap-up is totally different. Putting the hat of the brokers now, when you get a client, like an investor, do they ask about the liquidity of the proposed asset that you provide them, and how you link that if there is a market maker LP or not? Because if I am sitting with the audience, I would say, why it's relevant to me having a market maker or not? So is that an important question you receive?
It is it's a very important question. From an investor point of view, in general, like you can say 80–90% of the companies that are backed by a liquidity provider and market making, they are approved, let's say, from a margin point of view or facilities. If I'm an investor that I needed some cash, I don't want to sell my shares, I can pledge them. The LTV that I'll get from banks from shares that have a liquidity provider, they will be much higher than the shares that they don't. And so many other benefits, getting in, getting out, like even for shares that are illiquid, let's say, and the definition of illiquid. If there is a liquidity provider and you have a block you want to sell or you want to buy a block, you can first approach the liquidity provider to ask if he has the inventory, he will give you. That's his role. This is part, and this is an important and very crucial part of scope of work, that he will provide the liquidity. If you want a block of trade, as an institution, we have like an instance, we have like few names. The institutions, they immediately pick the phone and they call the liquidity provider directly requesting him for a block, or if they want to dispose a block, they will call him directly to avoid causing any disturbance. Yeah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you for sharing all this insight. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, esteemed speakers. Many thanks to everyone for joining today's session. I would like to invite all the speakers for group photo.
If I am allowed to ask all our partners in Tabadul, like Kasey team, AMX team, like guys, join us, AIX team, please join us on the stage as well.
Thank you so much.
Go.